Thank you, John. Hmm.
I'm gonna check on the council chambers. And then I already have the equipment set up at the Veterans Hall for the police department.
I didn't know about that. What is that?
Remember the human sex trafficking thing I told you about last week?
Oh, I completely forgot.
I know,
Thank
so
you.
you're really busy, I know.
So what about dinner tonight? Are you gonna grab?
Yeah, I'll grab it for you. Yeah. The, what is it? You want me to grab you some prawns, 2 extra prawns?
Yeah, it's not too many.
You unmuted your microphone.
Open session before closed session.
Hey, Richard. Just checking.
Yes,
I couldn't make it to the council chambers yet.
no problem.
I'll be over there later.
Okay.
Thanks.
Good afternoon. It's 7 o'clock where I am, but it's 4 o'clock where you are. Let's see, I see Councilmember Robinson, Councilmember McLaughlin, Councilmember Jimenez. So we do have a forum. It is 4 o'clock. So I will call the meeting to order. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Bonner. Councilmember Bonner. It's absent for roll call. Councilmember Jimenez.
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin. Councilmember McLaughlin.
She said here.
Yeah, we can't hear. Okay.
You got it now, right?
Yes.
Okay.
Councilmember Robinson.
Here.
Councilmember Willis.
Here, my camera will be temporarily deactivated for a moment.
Okay, Councilmember Zepeda. Councilmember Zepeda is absent, and Mayor Martinez.
Here. Did you call Councilmember Robinson?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Well, then we're here for the closed session. Can you read off the items?
Yes. During closed session, the council will discuss the following items: conference with legal counsel, workers' compensation, claimant, employee, police department, claims 21000016 COR, agency claim against the city of Richmond. Claimant, employee, police department, claims 20000073 COR, and claim 20000110 COR, agency claimed against city of Richmond. Conference with legal counsel, existing litigation, Winehaven versus city of Richmond, Giddyville Rancheria of California et al. Versus United States of America et al. North Coast Rivers Alliance et al. Point Melody Alliance et al. Versus city of Richmond. Under conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, there are 3 cases.
Okay.
Under conference with labor negotiators, agency representatives Sharon Taylor and Jack Hughes, employee organizations, SEIU Local 1021 full-time and part-time unit, IFPTE Local 21 mid-level management and executive management units, Richmond Police Officers Association, Richmond Police Management Association, IAFF Local 188, and Richmond Fire Management Association. Under conference with real property negotiators, the property is located at South 45th Street to the west, Wall Avenue to the south, Interstate 80 to the east, and the BART tracks to the north. Agency negotiators, Anita Luck, Lena Velasco, and Jesus Morales. Negotiating parties, Mayor Flores Community DevCo LLC, and under negotiation are price and terms of payment.
Thank you. Let the record show that Councilmember Bana joined us at 4:03.
Okay,
Are there public comments?
we do have public comments.
All right. Can you allow them to make their comments?
Address the council.
Yes, I have Brian Lewis, Kevin Tisdale, Gregory Everett, Fidencio Morales. I'll start with Brian Lewis. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Mayor Martinez, council members, welcome. Happy New Year. I wanted to welcome you to beginning your new session. My name is Brian Lewis. I'm a longtime resident of Richmond, over close to 30 years. I live in Brickyard Cove. I represent the Brickyard Cove Alliance for Responsible Development, sometimes using the acronym BCARD. We work with the community And we've been involved in the Terminal 1 project, which is your item today at C3, item C3, pending litigation or potential litigation. We've been working very hard with the city over the last, well, we've been involved in this project, as I mentioned, for 7 years. Over the holidays, we've worked extensively with your city mayor. We have several unresolved issues that we would like to get addressed. We do have a meeting on Thursday, a Zoom call with the city mayor. I'm sorry, the city attorney. We're hoping to get some of these issues resolved. We've sent an email letting you know what some of those issues are, and that they're time sensitive, and we look forward to working with the city and the developer to get this project moving. We also involved in the remediation of the site, the cleanup of the site, and we feel that those issues related to the cleanup are very critical to any development of this project. I spent a career working on hazardous waste sites, and we look forward to continue working with you. Thank you very much. We're available for any meetings or consultations in the future as you need.
Thank you. Next speaker is Kevin Tisdale. Kevin, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Am I audible?
Yes.
Perfect. Good afternoon and welcome city council members. Kevin Tisdale, Code Enforcement Officer, Vice President for SEIU chapter, Richmond chapter, an employee for over 17 years. I come before you today asking the council to consider SEIU's proposal, and excuse me, I'm speaking on C4 subsection 1. Consider SEIU's proposal that was presented several months back, as the city is having a major retainment and recruitment issue. It's an issue on several fronts. The equity study, the class and comp study, is based on a snapshot that was done in 2021, January 2021. It does not take into account the inflation or the increases that other comparable cities have had in that time. And currently, the city of Richmond is at the bottom or near the bottom of comparable cities for all, if not most, jobs. So the present conditions are causing the following issues. One, employees are leaving the city, resigning for neighboring cities or other jurisdictions at an alarming rate, and taking with them a great deal of historical knowledge and expertise that is needed to maintain operations and services throughout the community. Number two, trouble recruiting. The city on multiple times are having to either leave jobs open continuously or open recruitments 2, 3, 4 times. They're not getting good lists. Employees are not, or potential employees are taking other positions versus positions with the city. So my call to action, don't wait to implement this class and comp study. Address our proposal. Every day, more and more positions are becoming vacant, and each vacancy is becoming harder and harder to fill due to low comparable wages. We need you to help stabilize the job market in Richmond and to provide the highest quality of services to the city of Richmond residents. Thank you.
Thank you. The next speaker is Fidencio Morales. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yes, can you hear me?
Yes.
Yes, my name is Fidencio Morales. I'm a 1021 member. The city of Richmond has recruiting and rotation problem with the impact that impacts the services in the city. We're asking the council to be mindful when making budget decisions and to keep the city workers in mind. So with that, I ask you to move forward with the comp study. The city council showed support to the Chevron workers. I'm asking you now, please show support for your own city workers. Thank you. I yield my time.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
All right, with no more public speakers, then we'll retire to closed session. So this part of the
Thank you.
meeting.
Excuse me, Mr. Mayor.
Yes.
I heard the city clerk's office also say Gregory Everett, who didn't get a chance to speak, and I see his hand is still raised in the participants, attendees.
Oh, please.
Yes, I see it now. The hand went down, but it went up again. So I'll take Gregory Everett.
Sorry.
It's okay.
Thank you.
You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Gregory?
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes. Gregory, you can go ahead and start. I can't hear you. If you can unmute yourself.
I am.
Okay, I can hear you now. Go ahead.
A 27-year employee.
Mike,
Your mic's cutting in and out. Gregory? Hello? Okay. Gregory? Okay. The sound doesn't seem to be working. He's not muted, but I can't hear anything, so.
Right,
maybe he
so,
could-
no, go ahead, Ms. Christian.
I was gonna say, maybe he can submit his comments in writing.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay. Let me know when you're ready to start time.
Start.
CIU president, 27-year employee with the city of Richmond.
We lost you again.
Yeah.
Well, as the city clerk had suggested, since we're having difficulty recording your statement, we would appreciate it if you could write it and mail it in to us, email it, so that all council members can see it. So if there are no other hands, then we will retire to closed session.
Thank you.
All right, so this meeting is adjourned. I'll see you on the other side. Are you there, Richard?
JC, are you there? JC, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
All right,
You hear me?
I hear you.
Okay.
All right, I'm going to put you on mute until we start. The council's still in closed session.
All right, thank you.
No problem. This was shaved at 11 a.m. Well, it doesn't matter who's in charge. They still go late. They're gonna do this. We'll come back to closed session after we finish the council meeting. Ants all over my thumb drives. Yeah, we got spray. Morale will spray. JC, are you there?
Yes, I'm here.
All right, they're still in closed session.
Okay.
No ETA. I'm gonna put you back on mute. JC, this is Richard. Can you unmute?
Excuse
Yes.
me.
We'll wait a bit longer for council members to come back from their bio breaks. So we're waiting for Cesar. While we wait, I want to apologize to the audience for holding them up for 25 minutes. We had a lot of meaty issues that we needed to discuss, and it takes more time than you can imagine. Cesar's here, so we'll begin the special meeting of the Richmond Housing Authority. May we have a roll call?
Yes. Commissioner Bonner,
Here.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Presente.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Here.
Commissioner Robinson,
Here.
Commissioner Willis,
Here.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Here.
Okay.
All right.
You forgot Commissioner
I'm
Scott,
sorry, the Commissioner,
Commissioner
Lieutenant Commissioner Scott.
My apologies.
present.
Thank you. Sorry about that.
That's quite all right.
Shall we move on to the public comment instructional video?
Due to COVID-19, this meeting will be conducted via Zoom pursuant to the provisions of the Governor's Urgency Measure Assembly Bill 361, which suspends certain requirements of the Brown Act. The mayor will call upon council members, staff, and other guest speakers by name. Please speak clearly and state your name before giving comments or remarks. Council members, staff, and guest speakers participating via Zoom with their cameras enabled are reminded that their activities are visible to viewers. Community members participating via Zoom wishing to speak should use the raised hand feature or dial *9 if participating via phone, and the mayor or city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. Community members will have up to 2 minutes to speak, 3 minutes for public hearings. After the speaker's time expires, staff will lower their hand and mute their mic. Community members participating via phone will be called upon to speak by the last 4 digits of their phone number. Public input and participation are of the utmost importance to the City of Richmond City Council. Therefore, it is important for public speakers to be ready to address the council when called upon. Public speakers are requested to state their names and city of residence, but providing such information is voluntary. Written public comments received before and during the meeting in accordance with the COVID-19 public comment guidelines printed on the meeting agenda will be entered into the record and published at the clerk's office webpage. If authors of written correspondence would also like to speak on the item, they should raise their hand when prompted by the mayor, and the city clerk will call upon them at the appropriate time. A roll call vote will be taken for all action items. The meeting can be seen on KCRT's TV channel and is being streamed on Zoom, YouTube, and KCRT.com. Thank you for participating in a meeting of the City of Richmond City Council.
Debido a COVID-19, esta reunión se llevará a cabo a través de Zoom en conformidad con las provisiones de la medida de urgencia del gobernador de la Ley de la Asamblea 361, que suspende ciertos requisitos de la Ley Brown. El alcalde llamará a los concejales, a los empleados de la ciudad y a otros invitados a hablar por nombre. Por favor, hable claramente y diga su nombre antes de dar su comentario. Se recuerda a los concejales, empleados de la ciudad y otros invitados participando a través de Zoom con sus cámaras encendidas que sus actividades son visibles al público. Miembros de la comunidad participando a través de Zoom que deseen hablar deberían de usar la función levantar la mano, en inglés raise hand, o marcar *9 si están participando por teléfono. El alcalde y la secretaria municipal llamarán a los oradores en el momento apropiado. Miembros de la comunidad tendrán hasta 2 minutos para hablar y 3 minutos para temas de audiencias públicas. Después de que se expire el tiempo de orador, se le bajará la mano y el micrófono será silenciado. Miembros de la comunidad participando por teléfono serán llamados para su turno usando los últimos 4 dígitos de su número de teléfono. Los comentarios y la participación del público son de suma importancia para el Consejo Municipal. Por lo tanto, es importante que los oradores públicos estén listos para dar sus comentarios al Consejo Municipal cuando sean llamados. Se pide que los oradores públicos indiquen sus nombres y ciudad de residencia, pero proveer dicha información es voluntario. Comentarios escritos recibidos antes y durante la reunión, de acuerdo con las reglas designadas para comentario público durante el COVID-19, imprimidos en la agenda de la reunión, serán ingresados en el registro y se publicarán en la página web de la Secretaría Municipal. Si los autores de la correspondencia escrita también desean hablar sobre el tema, deberían levantar la mano cuando sea pedido por el alcalde, y la Secretaría Municipal los llamará en el momento apropiado. Se realizará una votación nominal para todos los puntos de acción. La reunión se podrá ver en el canal de televisión de KCRT y también se transmitirá en Zoom, YouTube y kcrt.com. Gracias por participar en una reunión de Consejo Municipal de la ciudad de Richmond.
Thank you. Now, statement of conflict of interest, do we have any? If not, agenda review. Are there any items that we want to move or change? Hearing nothing, clerk, could you read the item L? Oh, no, I'm sorry, Housing Authority Open Forum. Do we have any speakers?
No, we do not.
All right, now we can move on to the item L.
This consent calendar. So we just need a motion to approve the consent calendar.
Can you read the items?
And we have 2 items on the consent calendar. One is to continue use of the teleconferencing technology. And item L2 is the Housing Authority minutes.
Okay, do I have a motion to move the item?
I move the item.
I'll second.
Okay, moved by Claudia and seconded by Gail. May we have a roll call?
Commissioner Bonner,
No vote.
Commissioner Jimenez,
Yes.
Commissioner McLaughlin,
Yes.
Commissioner Robinson,
Yes.
Commissioner Willis,
Yes.
Commissioner Zepeda,
Yes.
and Chair Martinez,
Yes.
and Tenant Commissioner Scott.
Yes.
The motion passes with Commissioner Bonner voting no.
I abstained.
Abstaining.
You're gonna abstain?
Yes.
Okay.
She said no vote. No vote.
Thank you.
All right, with that, then we will adjourn and move over to the regular meeting of the Richmond City Council.
Okay.
Roll call.
Hold on 1 second.
I'm sorry.
Commissioner, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
Councilmember Bonner,
Here.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Presente.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Here.
Councilmember Robinson,
Here, sorry.
Councilmember Willis,
Here.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Here.
and Mayor Martinez.
Presente. All right, do we have a statement of conflict of interest? If not, then we'll move on to item Q, election of the new vice mayor for 2023. Do I have any nominations?
I would like to nominate Councilmember McLaughlin. She has been here and she has experience, so I would like if we can nominate her. We can vote for her to be your vice mayor in this 2023.
Okay.
I'll second.
Okay, so we have,
Appropriate time.
all right, do we have any other nominations? If not, then shall we vote?
Councilmember Bonner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes,
The vote is unanimous. Congratulations.
congratulations.
Thank you. Can I just make a couple of sentences? Just
Yes,
want to
please.
thank everyone. It'll be an honor to serve, and I'll continue to put my heart and soul into this role as I have into previous roles. And so thank you for your confidence.
And thank you. So we'll move on to the agenda review. Are there any changes that anyone would like to make? Hearing none, we'll move on to item S. Report from the city attorney for final decisions made during closed session.
Yes, Mayor, members of the council. So under C1, we had two workers' comp claims. In both of those, the council voted unanimously to give settlement authority to your negotiator. On C2, which are items related to the Winehaven, Giddyville, and North Coast Alliance matters, we gave a report of the status of those matters, and there was no reportable action taken. On C3, which was exposure to litigation in 3 cases, we gave a report on that. And again, there was no reportable action taken. C4, which was the conference with labor negotiators, we ran out of time, so that matter was continued to the next meeting. And then the final C5, which was real property negotiations on Miraflores. Again, we ran out of time, so that matter is deferred. And that's my report.
Thank you. Now moving on to item T, report from the city manager.
Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. I have 2 updates I'd like to share this evening. One, I wanted to make sure that the community is aware that the Richmond Green Blue New Deal Community Input Survey is now available online. On July 6th, 2021, the City Council adopted Resolution 8821 to support the process of developing a Richmond Green Blue New Deal and just transition to the 21st century jobs. The City of Richmond and the State of California are planning the transition to a just, equitable, and resilient and environmentally sustainable future. We would love to have your feedback. Please feel free to call the City Manager's office at 510-620-6512 or let me repeat that again, 510-620-6512. The team that's been working on this was also out at MLK Day of Service, and I saw that people were soliciting input. I got a chance to talk to the team and was very impressed by the input that was being collected. Also wanted to remind people that there's the grand opening of the Richmond Mobile Tool Lending Library, and that will take place on Saturday, July 21st from 11 a.m. to 2 p.m. at North Richmond Missionary Baptist Church at 1401 Fred Jackson Way. Staff will also have a bike and repair workshop, resource tables, lunch, and goodie bags in partnership with several local nonprofit organizations such as Rich City Ride. If you have questions, feel free to email mobile tool lib@ci.richmond.ca.us and call 510-620-6793. Friendly reminder that all of this information that I generally repeat, or I pull a few key points from the city manager's weekly report, which usually goes out on Friday. So if you would like to, all the council members, you'll be receiving the weekly report as part of your communication from me, but members of the community, if you would like to sign up, you can do so on the city manager's website, or call our office again, 510-620-6512, and we'll get you signed up. It's a single repository where departments throughout the city provide information on the work that they're doing, and we get it out to the council weekly. Thank you.
Thank you. Just for those who were trying to copy down the numbers, could you reread the numbers slowly so that?
Sure, I'm sorry.
No problem.
So for both items, to make it easier for people, please call 510-620-6512. Again, 510-620-6512.
Thank you. That was excellent.
Thank you.
All right. Now it's time for the report from the Reimagining Task Force. Oh, and by the way, for public comment, if anyone wants to comment on the city manager's report, you may do so under open forum, and as well as for the Reimagining Task Force report.
So, Mr. Mayor, Deborah Small is the person who will be giving that report, and she is here. I don't know if she has said she is here. So I don't see her yet, though.
She's as participant.
Okay, so she hasn't been moved to a panelist at this point. Could someone do that, Pam?
Yes.
She's already here.
I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, let me turn on my camera too so you can see me. Good evening. Hi, good evening. So first, I'm Deborah Small. I'm the chair of the Richmond Reimagining Public Safety Community Task Force. I want to take this opportunity on behalf of the task force to first off congratulate former council member, now Mayor Martinez, as his election as mayor. I'm really looking forward to all the great things that we're going to be able to do with your leadership over the next 4 years. I want to welcome our new council members, Council Member Cepeda, and Council Member Robinson. I'm really, really happy to see all of you here. And again, to think about all the great things that we're going to be able to do together. I want to just briefly recap sort of what the task force is and what we've been doing. So I apologize in advance for the redundancy for those of you who've already been here and know, but I think it would be helpful for the new council members to know that the task force was created by the City Council in October of 2020 in response to concerns by the community members about issues related to policing in the city, but also to address the problem of police staffing and acknowledging the fact that the city was not able to afford to have as many police as it had in the future, the task force was charged with, among other things, to develop a plan for public safety that took into account a reduced level of funding, but that was still consistent with the city's commitment to having a community policing model of policing. So the task force met from October of 2020 and made recommendations in June of 2021. The task force is made up of 21 members that were appointed by the mayor, but recommended by each of the city council members. So they represent a cross section of Richmond residents, of points of view, of experiences and background. We made a number of recommendations to the city council for specific proposals. The ones that were adopted by the city in June of 2021 included increased funding for the Office of Neighborhood Safety, which has been very successful in reducing gun violence in the city of Richmond. It has a stellar reputation and has been cited as a model for other cities on a national basis. We asked for, and the city agreed to, increase funding so that ONS was able to hire additional staff and expand its efforts. We also recommended, and the city agreed and approved, a proposal to increase funding for youth employment. And as a result of that, the city was able to hire more than 300 youth that were working for various private and public concerns throughout the city of Richmond and get much needed employment experience. And they were able to last not just for the summer, but these were year-round jobs. We also recommended that the city increase its funding for unhoused interventions, understanding that a lot of the calls that police were responding to were things related to services for our large number of homeless people, particularly those around the encampments. And so the city approved additional funding to support providing showers and other services, and to also help many of those people to transition into more permanent housing. Our most controversial, but I think most important recommendation that the city approved was to establish a new program we're calling the Community Crisis Response Program. That would be a response to emergency mental health needs, so that instead of sending police as first responders, we would send trained personnel who would be able to intervene and help people respond who were in mental health crisis, both in the deal with the immediate crisis, but also to help direct them to more long-term public health services. That program is just now in its infancy stage. We're working with a consulting group to develop a program model. We're looking to model it after the program in Oakland and Macro, which also was launched just within the last year, and also following the success of a program called Cahoots, which has a 10-year history of doing the same thing in Oregon. Throughout the country, numerous cities have seen that it's beneficial both for people who are dealing with mental health crises and also for police departments to take some of that burden off of them as a way of spending money more wisely. So those are the things that the task force is working on. We most recently at our last meeting reorganized our working group structure. So we have 4 working groups that will be each responsible for implementing the task force proposals and looking at making additional recommendations to improve public safety. I'll get back to you with more about that in the coming months. We're also looking at hosting community forums. One of the things that we did in the process of developing these proposals was to host forums on various issues so that we could get input from the community. Now that the programs have begun to be developed, we want to get additional feedback. So we're planning to host forums both on the existing proposals, but also to look at other issues that have people have talked about, like overdose prevention and traffic safety. So those are the items that will be considered by the task force at our next meeting. We meet on the 4th Wednesday of the month from 5:30 to 7:30. And I invite all city council members who have the time and the interest to come and participate. But either way, we'll be giving you a report back each month on the third Tuesday of the month. And that's all I'll say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. And we will heed the invitation, making sure that no more than 3 of us attend.
One last thing I forgot. We
Yes.
have 4 vacancies on the task force. Really important. I forgot to mention that. We currently have 4 vacancies. And so it might be something that the new council members are interested in looking at. I'm open to talking to anyone who wants to learn more about the task force work. And if there are people in the community that you think would be appropriate and willing to work on the task force, like I said, we have 4 vacancies to fill.
Okay, thank you. We'll put out a bulletin for people to join not only the public safety, but the other commissions that we have. Are there any comments? If not, well,
I have
I'm
a
sorry.
question,
Yes, yes.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mrs. Small. Great job. My question is, who's dealing with the consultant and starting the crisis center? You, I mean, the task force or the city staff?
So the plan is for the crisis center will be run by the city, but we've been working with city staff, and I believe it's, I can't remember the name of the consulting team that was hired just a month or so ago. There's 2 that Urban Strategies, I believe, is the consulting firm that's working with us to develop an actual program model for the community crisis response. And that would be putting forward what the job descriptions are, what kind of training needs to happen, how we manage calls, that kind of thing.
So my question is, did you decide on the consulting firm or the city staff decided? And does the city council have a say in how the crisis center will be established?
Well, the city staff did the actual hiring. I think that there was a task force member that sat on the group that vetted the various consulting firms, but they put out an RFP and the city went through them and they agreed on Urban Strategies. And I believe they started work sometime last fall, maybe September or October. And we expect to get a final report back from them sometime this spring.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, I haven't received my answer yet. Will we have a say in how the protocol, I mean, will it go through the task force and the city staff, or will we have a say in establishing that crisis center? Just curious.
Well, the city council gives direction, and it's the city manager's purview to enact it. The city manager, should embody the values and the intent of the direction of the city council. So when it comes back to us, we'll have a chance to review it.
Mayor Martinez, if I may, I will
Yes.
work with city staff to send an email update to the council regarding the work that's happening on this particular area of work so that we're all on the same page.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Yes.
Claudia.
Mr. Mayor, can I?
Yes.
So now, yeah, I think like just kind of like information, city council give the direction about creating this. Now it's in the city manager period to help to implement and come back to the city council with like implementation plans. In that sense, city manager, we approve this spending and this like 2 years ago. So I wanted to ask you, how are you planning this implementation? What is the timeline?
I'm not
When are
planning
you going
implementation
to?
yet because the city council hasn't definitively directed us to implement it. You directed us to hire a consultant. So until the plan is completed by Urban Strategies Council, then that's not the stage in the policy process that we're at yet. We're in the phase of having Urban Strategy Councils complete their work. And then once that happens, then the city council can provide further guidance. Because there's also a countywide effort that's happening concurrently, and we wanted to be very thoughtful about the expenditure of public resources. Just for clarity for the public record, I think another thing that's transpired is, and why we talked a little bit today about boards and commissions, committees, and I will also be talking about LLCs that we have, is staff capacity. So when this group was originally seated by the council, it was on a temporary basis, and now it's evolving to be more permanent. So we need to do things like make sure they have bylaws, make sure that there's an appropriate staffing plan and all of that. So that can either happen in our strategic planning session, if this is something the council wants to continue, like say over the next 2 to 4 years, or if you all think it's going to continue in perpetuity. Because what I will say is the way that it was originally set up is not how it's subsequently been operating. And so we need to get the right infrastructure in place because that's not how it launched. And so Ms. White took this work on from a gentleman named Jim Nantel. And then previous to that, it was Sal Vaca. So there's been some shifting in staff. And we want to make sure that we're meeting the council's expectations. So I think that this warrants further conversation to make sure that everyone's clear on what's happening. And then also being clear between what's the purview of a recommending body to city council as a committee versus versus the city council then providing staff with policy direction, that those are different things. And so in my mind, right, I report to all 7 of you. So if you all direct staff to do something and there's 4 of you that agree, then that's when we start on implementation. But if a committee makes recommendations to you all about a budget process and then you all subsequently adopt the budget, then we have to figure out how do we have a confluence of in a work plan to make that work happen in a way that supports the council's desire with this committee, but then also takes into consideration that to staff a public body takes an inordinate amount of resources. And so is the focus on staffing the group to provide information to the public, or is the focus on implementing the work? Or is it, if it's the expectation that it's both, then we probably need to look at a different staffing model.
Okay, yeah, and thank you for this clarification. And I think like one thing that it has been clear is that 2 years ago, this body approved the recommendations made by the task force. So it was recommendation from the task force coming to the city council, and the city council voted to implement this recommendation. So that I just wanted to make clear that was the process that we had. So now what you are saying is that
right, in the budget,
the implementation, can I finish? The implementation that we voted, we set aside $1 million for implementing the community crisis response program. One of these, the process in which it was recommended for this implementation was to hire a consultant to come up with some ideas on how to implement it, right? So now Urban Strategy is at the point where they are coming back to the city council with different recommendations, and we will give direction about how that implementation could happen. My question to you is when Urban Strategy is coming to city council so we can start moving this work soon, because I think like we have been talking about the importance of having a different response to mental health crisis. I know that 8.3 is in the county, but it hasn't been fully implemented, and it will take some years. I know that City of San Ramon, City of Ania are thinking about implementing some of their own. And one of the clear recommendation that and policy direction that that the council agreed on was that we saw the need for having the or community crisis response because they need in our community. So I just wanted to make clear that, and just wanted to ask you when urban strategy is coming to the city council so we can start the implementation of what the city council had already given direction to the city manager and the city staff. Thank you.
Okay, I don't have an answer to that question right now, and I'm going to review the administrative record to make sure we're operating from the same facts, because I wasn't the city manager when this started. And so I'm not sure that I need to understand what the facts are, and we'll come back with a recommendation. But what I can say with certainty is that if the county hasn't been able to launch a program yet, I would respectfully request that the city council, since we don't have a public health department and we don't have PhDs in public health or doctorate degrees, that we should assume that it would take us, in addition to whatever time they've spent so far, it would take us additional time to do that, because we don't have staff with those expertise. And they're trying to staff up and have been unable to do so. So I just want to flag that for the good of the order. I want to make sure to manage expectations that the council shouldn't think that we're going to be able to launch something before the county, that the county hasn't been able to successfully, I guess, apparently get to a further point along in their process.
And yeah, this is why the city staff and the process and the task force recommended to have urban strategy or a consultant. And I believe urban strategy was the consultant who helped to create macro in Oakland. So I think we are in a right track on getting the consultant that is right. So now we want to make sure that we move this along as fast as we can, because this is something that it has been giving direction and is something that the community has been asking for a long time. So thank you.
Thank you. Councilmember Doria.
Hi, thank you. So I really appreciate both points. I feel like, from the way that I had been following this issue just as a resident, that there is a strong desire to implement mental health crisis response program. And I also understand that to say that and to realize that they're really two different things, and to understand the staffing and the budgetary requirements is really important. So I wonder if there is a step that we need to make to daylight the things that are missing or the things that may be missing, and to determine if the consultant is addressing those things in the plan that they're creating, or if there's something else that we need to do outside of that plan. I also would love to see just a time frame on this, even if it's a broad time frame. I think open time frames really make it difficult for there to be trust within the community or within the people who are involved in an issue. So I wonder if we can't put some kind of a time frame where we can bring things in front of the council, where we can set some, deadlines, some milestones to keep this project moving forward and have there be some accountability. And so there's two parts of that, and it can be answered by a combination of the city manager or whomever else has the answers.
Yeah, I think LaShonda can go ahead and lead with answering that. And also another way for the council to be clear is that in the scopes of work for consultant, there should be a timeline and scopes of work and what the deliverables are. And so that is a way for the community and for the public to know how things should be moving along. And then also I understand that Ms. White is working with staff on a website to share this information. Go ahead, LaShonda.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. My name is LaShonda White, Deputy City Manager for Community Services, and I've been leading the work on community crisis response for really the past a little over a year. And so I just want to comment on a few things. And I'm also the liaison for the task force, for the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force. So as City Manager Curl mentioned, we are developing a website and getting accuracy on the timeline around the conversation around community crisis response. So I was not always the liaison or involved in this process. And so we're going back and making sure that there is transparency around when did conversations start with the task force and when did staff really get direction from City Council to move. So I do understand there has been conversations before budget was adopted to move to implement this work. The City Council did allocate $1 million in June of 2021 for the fiscal year 21-22 budget process. So it's been about 1.5 years since Council did that. And I will say at that moment, city staff began to work really closely with the task force working group that was established to focus on community crisis response. And we were really collaborative in having conversations about what it looked like. We had meetings with the community, with the task force to get input and to share information. And it really was, it's a very complex process to implement something like community crisis response. And we working with the county, or still are working with the county. So there were a full almost year of conversations closely with staff in the task force after funding was provided to do that. And I think initially there was some hope that there could be, that staff could do some of this work to create in collaboration what a program could look like. We soon realized we do not have the expertise to do this work. And so when I came on board to help lead the community crisis response work from a city staff perspective, because it actually started in fire. The funding for this program was allocated in the fire department. There were some transitions with the interim fire chief at the moment until Chief Montoya came on board. And so once Chief Montoya came on board, that's really where I stepped in more. And so once we realized staff did not have the capacity and the expertise to really lead this work, that's when we work with the working group, the task force, to develop and create a request for proposal. So all of this has been in close collaboration with those in the community, those who are interested in this work. We created a request for proposal that was released, and all of that takes time. So that was released and we went through a competitive bidding process, and that's where we got Urban Strategies Council. And I believe a contract, I was trying to get confirmation, came before City Council in July of 2022. And so since then, we've been working really closely with Urban Strategies Council for them to do the work. And as City Manager Curl stated, in the scope of work in that contract that came before council, there was a timeline. The hope was that City Council would receive a final report from Urban Strategies Council in February of 2023. Just met with Urban Strategies Council last week. And in order for them to do all that they really need to do in terms of continuing to have interviews, focus groups, we want to do a survey to really hear from community, have community meetings, they need to push that timeline out till March, April, in terms of when they will have hopefully a final report to City Council with recommendations. We understand the urgency, we understand the need. City staff, we are completely with City Council and wanting to make this work happen and see what the recommendations are from Urban Strategies Council, but we need them to be able to do their work. So in the interim, what we are proposing is that the city staff will come with Urban Strategies to a council meeting, either on the 24th of January, if we can make that work, or February 7th with an update. So you can hear from Urban Strategies directly to see where they are with all the work they've done thus far and what's coming next, just so you can get a point in time and provide feedback at this point before they bring back a final report. So they are working extremely hard, gathering information, and I've done great work thus far. So I don't, it hasn't been a full 2 years since we got funding to this work. It's been 1.5 years, and Urban Strategies has been in contract for a little over 6 months to really try and implement or develop a proposal and recommendations to bring back before City Council to determine what we are going to implement and what that looks like. So thank you.
Thank you. Ms. Small?
Yes, just a couple of things I wanted to bring up or respond to about the task force itself. At the time that the task force was created by City Council, it was initially set up for a year. And at the time that we made our recommendations and the City Council approved it, we also looked around to see, our task force was established around the same time as Oakland's, as Berkeley, as Austin. These are other cities, as Baltimore, as New York City. We're all looking at all set up reimagining public safety task forces. What we found as we looked is that almost every city that established a task force found that it had to extend the life of the task force beyond a year in order to accommodate the implementation of whatever recommendations or programs were adopted. So we came back to City Council in 2021 and asked to have the task force extended specifically to allow for the program implementation, knowing that for the programs that we were adding additional funding to, implementation was not as difficult, but for CCRP, which is a totally new program, we would need more time. And I just wanted to point out that at the time that the city approved the proposal for CCRP, there was no Miles Halls Act. There was no national mental health hotline. So a number of things happened from the time that the proposal was adopted until we began implementation that actually that made it even more intricate in terms of program development, because we wanted to make sure that whatever programs Richmond develops is actually working in harmony with what's happening at the state and county levels. So that created some additional wrinkles. But right now, the task force life is been extended until 2024. That was for the end of the budget year, 2024. We thought that was a reasonable amount of time for implementation. And if at that point the City Council feels the need to extend the task force further, it could do so. But I just wanted to point out that it was not meant to be, nor is it existing as a permanent commission or a permanent task force. Right now, our life, we're due to sunset in June of 2024.
Okay, thank you for that information. Let's close out with Doria, Councilmember Doria.
Yeah, so I guess I feel like I'm hearing that there is perhaps a lack of clear direction from, at least from the city manager's position, a clear direction on whether or not this should be implemented. And I wonder if that's true, if we can remedy that by just, taking a vote or clarifying that so that that's no longer a question. And then I just wanted to say that I do feel like it's really important to have people come back and make that timeline really public so we can, have some accountability around time. So the first and my only question really is there a gap in understanding of whether or not the City Council gave clear direction to implement the program, not just explore it through a consultant? Is that your understanding?
Until we
have
have
the
the
city manager's
report,
understanding that you did not get that?
It's what implementation looked like. That's the question. So I think once we have the report from Urban Strategies Council, then the City Council will have policy information to then provide direction to staff. So you can say, like, do you want a standalone? Do you want a hybrid? Do you want to try to leverage county resources and funding? Do you want to subcontract it to a nonprofit? Do you want to have them be city employees, right? So I think that's what we're trying to get the report for, so the council can provide direction to staff. It's like, what does implementation look like?
Mm-hmm. And then that report is on the way. It just may be delayed a few months.
Correct.
Is that right? So correct. we should be in that position to continue the implementation direction by April at the latest of this year. Is that right?
Yeah, we would hope so.
That is the plan right now.
Yeah, but I think it's also important to acknowledge, right, that Urban Strategies Council is telling us they need more time. It's not like staff is like, amiss and, not following up, they need more time. And then I think there's also just in this process, there's subtle nuances regarding that that ultimately the budget per the charter, right, is within the purview of the council. But the charter says that the city manager and the mayor work on the budget, and then it's brought to the city council for adoption. And so we can have recommending bodies that provide guidance on what they think should be in the budget, but a board or commission or committee per the charter doesn't circumvent the council and then tell staff what to do. So I think that's actually a really important nuance of this work, and the communication is really important. So there's transparency also around the funding, the budget, and procurement, so that it's very transparent. And we're following the city's procurement guidelines and the city charter.
And this is a report, it's not an action item, but in this conversation, we've come to learn that another council session is in order to figure out exactly how we want to move forward. Time is of the essence. There's people out there, who had to weather horrible storms, and we practically did nothing for them, which is not right. We need to be more proactive. We need to move these items more quickly. And Claudia, we'll finish with you and then we'll move on.
Thank you. And I just wanted to say, we need more than how to implement this. We need implementation information. What is staff, how this is going to work. Because it's not just like we already agree in the policy direction that we want to implement a community crisis program. That is a policy direction that we get. And the budget is already there. We allocated $1 million for that. So the allocation, it has been already there. The direction about implementing this program is there. So what we need is going more than that. So on that report, we need is the implementation information, how this program is going to work, how many staff are needed, how that staff is going to coordinate with the A3. So all of that is not just about the policy implementation, like whether we are going to implement it or not, because we already give that direction to city staff and city managers. So I think like that is something that we need to make clear for everybody here, that the direction has been given. So now what we are looking for is in the expertise that we hire urban strategies is to help us to know how this is going to be implemented, how they work to implement macro, right? And this is the conversation that we want to have here so we can move forward. And that is what I am looking for. And I think the city council is looking for when they are going to present. Thank you.
Yeah, and I want to apologize for confusing the conversations by mentioning the homeless. This is not about the homeless. This is about public safety and the mental health issues. So my apologies for bringing that in. We seem to be establishing a conversation that's back and forth. And I don't want staff to think that we're pointing fingers. And I don't want you to feel as if you have to defend yourselves. We're only asking for explanations. And so I think we should just leave it at that and move forward, and we'll set up a session, a council session, so that we can discuss this and deal with it as an action item. So with that, let's move on to the open forum for public comment.
Okay, I currently, oh, never mind. One hand went up. So before we begin, each speaker will have 2 minutes to speak. And just as a reminder, please keep your comments respectful. I have Mark Wasberg and Tarnell Abbott so far. Mark Wasberg, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. Mark Wasberg. You can start. Okay, we'll come back to Mark. Next speaker is Tarnell Abbott. Tarnell, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. It's Tarnell Abbott. I'm a resident of Richmond. This is a poem. It's called We Speak of Hope. We shall overcome someday. In times of hate, we speak of love. In times of fear, we speak of courage. In times of fascism, we speak of democracy. In times of shadow, we speak of light. In times of bigotry, we speak of tolerance. In times of despair, we speak of hope. We hope that hope is stronger than despair. We hope that bigotry will be defeated by tolerance. We hope that light will pierce shadow. We hope that democracy will overcome fascism. We hope that fear will be melted by courage. We hope that love will be stronger than hate. This is the meaning of deep in my heart. I do believe we shall overcome someday. Welcome, new members of the Richmond City Council and Mayor Martinez. Thank you so much for listening.
Thank you. And I will try Mark Wasberg again. Mark, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Yeah, you hear me now?
Yes.
100 years ago, there was a sanitarium built up by Alvarado Park, and there was a caretaker called the White Witch. Now, what she did, she used to torture these crazy people there, right? So now, after they died, they end up burying them down in Alvarado Park. It's a true story. And before she died, she put a curse on Richmond. So they buried her at Alvarado Park, right in that area there, the picnic tables and stuff. You got probably about 100 dead bodies buried there. And now, during the witching hours, her spirit and all these other spirits go through the whole city of Richmond. See, that's why you got a bunch of crazy people. This is why you got so much violence. You got people doing sideshows. These people just out of their minds. Because actually, you really can't see these spirits, but they're there. And you might get in a car wreck, or you might get beaten, or you might get sick. And that's the evil spirit of the White Witch and all these other dead people that's going into your bodies. And actually what they did, they have a video on YouTube about the White Witch. So, you know, that's why you got your police chief. She's out there threatening people's lives. They got a restraining order on her. She ain't nothing but a criminal. See, this is why you got all these liberals don't believe in no law. Matter of fact, McLaughlin, she can't be vice mayor because she's already maxed out her term. So anything should happen to Aguado, like, you know, the curse might come on Aguado, McLaughlin can't be mayor. So you violated the Brown Act and you violated federal law. So just remember something, the White Witch and her spirits are coming after you.
Your time has expired and there are no more public speakers.
Thank you. We'll move on to City Council consent calendar. Clerk?
Okay. So we need a motion. Oh, I'm sorry, Mayor Martinez. Staff would like to continue one item, sorry.
All right.
Item W4A,
Item W4A.
continue to the 24th.
Yeah. Okay.
And Mr. Mayor,
Yes.
I sent it might have been a little late, but I sent an email to our city attorney and also to Ms. Christian. Wanted to pool, or just, I don't know what the proper process would be, either pulling it or discussing the agenda item to continue having meetings virtually.
You would pull the item and we would discuss it at the end of the council session.
Perfect. We'll have to pull that item then.
Okay.
Yes, item W1A.
Yes, item
Thank
W1A.
you. Yes.
Any other items? Okay, if not, I need a motion to approve.
I move the item.
A second.
Okay, a motion to approve and a motion and a second to approve the consent calendar minus W1A and W4A. May we have a roll call?
And that second was by Councilmember.
By myself.
Oh, I'm sorry. Okay. All right, Councilmember Bana, sorry. Councilmember Bana.
Thank you. With all due respect, if you allow me, I would like to abstain. I'm not prepared enough. Thank you.
Councilmember Jimenez.
Yes.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson.
Yes.
Councilmember Willis.
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda.
Yes.
And Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The motion passes with Councilmember Bana abstaining.
All right, then we'll move on to item X, budget session.
Okay. Item X is to receive budget presentations from the city manager and the Public Works Department.
Hi, good evening, Mayor Martinez, members of the City Council, and community. This evening, we are, as part of our council orientation and commencement with our mid-year budget process, we're going to start the discussions earlier. And so this evening, we're going to hear from our new Public Works Director, Daniel. We are happy to have him. We recruited him away from San Ramon, and prior to that, he also worked for the city and county of San Francisco, as well as in the private sector and other municipalities. So we're extremely fortunate to have Daniel join our team. So this is his first time presenting on behalf of his department. Also want to thank Mubin, who's stepped up, and he's serving as our acting, our interim finance director, until our finance director comes back. And so what you're going to hear this evening is an overview of what the Public Works Department does, a little bit about their budget, and we'll go through, this will be the first in a series of meetings over the next couple of city council meetings by various departments. Because Public Works is so large and such a large part of the budget, we figured we'd start with them. And then later on, we will actually get into more comprehensive information regarding the CIP in the capital improvement plan budget in February. And then we'll be coming to you all with draft recommendations for consideration and adoption at the latter part of February. So that's how the process is designed. And again, this is something new that we're doing. We understand that we now have 6 council members that have districts. And so we want to make sure that you all have good information. Also, if you would individually like to schedule meetings, some of you have already done that with Daniel. Please feel free to reach out to him directly and get those meetings scheduled. Because we know that public works in the built environment are extremely important. It's extremely important to our residents. And so with that, next slide. Daniel, please take it away.
Thank you very much, City Manager. I'm starting to become suspicious, so you never introduced me with my last name. I think you don't know how to pronounce it. So, and for those
I don't want to say it. Wait, Daniel, I don't want to say it incorrectly.
What a budget. It's fine. And my last name Chavarria. And
I won't say it that great.
For those of you who can pronounce it, you get a free coffee, except for some city council members that know Spanish very well. Good evening, Mayor Martinez, city council members and staff and residents of the great city of Richmond. My name is Daniel Chavarria. As the city manager Shasta Carl just introduced me, and the new Public Works Director. I've been working for the city for the past 11 weeks. I'm starting just my 12 weeks, and in the middle of those 11 weeks, of course, it was Thanksgiving week and all the holidays. So it's going to be a challenging to get very productive in this when a lot of people go out on vacation and things slows down a little bit. And as you know, last week we started with or at the beginning of the year, actually, we started with some storm events that got us very busy and making it very exciting to be here. Tonight, I'm going to make an overview, a presentation of an overview of our department, and I'm going to talk about what we do here. I have met with some of you already individually, and I already have other appointments set up with some other city council members, and I welcome your interest to learn more about our department and how you can give us a hand here, because we need all the hands we can. Our department basically has two big areas that we cover. One is operation and maintenance, and the other one is engineering. In operation and maintenance, we have all that has to do with streets and signs maintenance, facility maintenance, abatement services, fleet maintenance, and parks and landscape maintenance. In the engineering side, we have encroachment permits, engineering services, and capital improvement program, and also includes water resource recovery. Next, please. In the streets maintenance, you can see our crew here. We are one of the few cities in the Bay Area that has its own pavement crew. And what we have done in the first half of this fiscal year, just a reference, the fiscal year begins on July 1st of every year and ends on June 30th. So we're in fiscal year 2022-2023. And what I'm going to mention here is what we have done in the first half from July to December. So with our street maintenance group has placed over 5,000 tons of asphalt so far. That's to give an idea, that's equivalent to 10 lane miles or 29 blocks. Our streets division is in charge of the street sweeping. That is going to be a topic that we're going to talk more in other meetings, because it's something that I find very important now that we can see how that affects our capacity to drain rainwater, right? When the street sweeping is not performed in the optimal way, well, a lot of drain inlets get clogged. We street sweep about 522 curb lines every month. We have filled over 350 potholes, and we have replaced 354 street signs. And just very important to say, this is again up to December 31st. So what happened at the beginning of this year is not included here. Next slide, please. Some pictures of what we do in street maintenance. We stripe, we sweep the streets, we pave, and we install signs. Next slide, please. In public works, we also have our facility maintenance division. We maintain approximately 12,000 street lights, 114 signals, and 16 control crosswalks. We maintain over 50 occupied spaces, including community centers, aquatic centers, fire stations, libraries, the city hall, and we also support the Richmond Housing Authority. We have in our staff carpenters, painters, stationary engineers, utility service workers, and electricians. Next slide, please. Some pictures of what we maintain in our city with the facility maintenance division. The abatement services, we have the neighborhood cleanups. It's a dumpster day with all over the city. And we also provide assistance to senior and disabled citizens. We do board ups, encampment abatements, fencing, and graffiti abatement. Over 1,600 tons of illegal dumping have been collected this fiscal year, again, up to December 31st of 2022. We also do vegetation management for 3.5 miles of Richmond Parkway 3 times a year, and maintain approximately 42 city properties or right-of-way, which includes alleyways, vacant lots, and planting streets. Next, please. You can see here some pictures of what the abatement services look like. The top two pictures on the left side, you see how it was before. Our crews were there and clean it. And on the right side, the top picture, you can see the result. Same thing on the bottom two pictures. The left is the pre and the right is the post abatement. Next slide, please. We also have our fleet maintenance division that basically maintained 450 vehicles, including Richmond Fire Department and Richmond Police Department and other city vehicles. We have over 300 pieces of small equipment, and we repair and maintain the city's fleet and purchase replacement vehicles as needed. And that's something that for some of the city council members that were here last December, November and December, you approve already the purchase of different vehicles that are in great need for our city. Next slide, please. We also have the Parks and Landscape Maintenance Division with their 60 parks, including legal dumps that we maintain. We also maintain 25 miles of medians in the public right-of-way, 3 miles on greenways, 11 pet path, 20 acres of port property, 290 acres of very high fire severity zones that I know is very, it's a topic that the council member Bana is very, very dear to her heart, and we're gonna be meeting with her separate also for some other items like similar to this. And we maintain over 40,000 trees in the city. Some of them, a lot of them, that failed during these storm events. Next slide, please. In the engineering side, we're in charge of the encroachment permits. We have issued and inspected nearly more than 1,000 encroachment permits so far this fiscal year, 250 of them for sewer replacement, facility replacement, and concrete, etc. And nearly 620 of them for compliance and maintenance permits for utility companies, talking about AT&T, PG&E, and East Bay Mod. We also oversee and manage over 110 contracts with consultants, contractors, and vendors. Next slide, please. In the engineering services, which is, I want to make a big note here that I was the first engineer hired after we lost our entire team of engineers. So our engineering team is very, very new. I started on Halloween, and the mid-December, we also hired another engineer, which is our deputy public works director, Robert Armijo, and he's been with us just barely 1 month. And right now we are expecting 3 more engineers to join our team. And it's been a big challenge to get engineers in this very competitive market. Tomorrow, we'll have the first engineer starting working with us, and he's a Richmond resident. And we have 2 more coming in February. So we're counting that by March 1st, we'll have the complete engineering staff ready to go. Well, in engineering services, we conduct studies to enhance pedestrian, bicycle, and vehicular movements. We also process and facilitate land development projects, process traffic calming requests, a hot topic these days, investigate sidewalk hazard complaints, and develop policies for city council consideration. Next slide, please. We also have the capital improvement program that develops plans to enhance the community, different type of projects that, for example, the Richmond Wellness Trail, the Yellow Brick Road, Harbor Way South bike improvements, and Harbor 8 Park and Burman Park. We pursued funding for design, procurement, and delivery of projects. Next slide, please. We also oversee the water resource recovery. We oversee a contract operation of wastewater treatment facility and sewer collection system to comply with state and federal permits. To give you an idea, with dry flow, we manage, our system manages 142 million gallons per month. That's equivalent to having an NFL football field 11 feet deep per day. In times like now with wet weather, our flow is 250 million gallons per month, and that would be the same football field 19 feet deep per day. Next slide, please. We clean, televise the sanitary sewer collection system to locate defects and then develop projects to repair. We maintain and operate the sewer pump stations and storm pump stations around the city, and we respond to emergency calls. All this is actually performed by Veolia, which is the company with who we have a contract. We encourage the community to call Veolia 24/7, especially during these storm events, and that would save time and money before calling a plumber. Next slide, please. We are on target to meet the Baykeeper Settlement Agreement sanitary sewer overflows requirement for 2022. We have reported 12 sanitary sewer overflows, and our limit is 18. We completed 21 point repairs in sanitary sewer system, and we were awarded 25 sewer lateral repair grants totaling $45,000. We completed different capital improvement projects. Some of them mentioned there. Next slide, please. But the most iconic one, I would say, is the grid and aeration rehabilitation at the wastewater treatment plant, for which we were showing a couple of pictures there, and which is a total cost of $50 million. Next slide, please. What we plan to do in the remaining of fiscal year 2022-2023, that's between January and June. And this is kind of the most important items, at least for me. There's many others that we would spend until midnight if I start naming them. But the most important one right now is to fill out our engineering positions and other key vacant positions. The first week of 2023, we received 3 resignations from in Public Works. Locally, it's not 2026, otherwise it would be 6 resignations. So it seems that we already get to the top of our resignations, hopefully, knocking on wood. But we need to get our engineering positions, and also we need to basically get the replacements for these resignations that we suffered at the beginning of the year. We need to also establish clear procedures to respond to different residents' requests. There's many things that right now need to be very organized, so the residents can have a clear understanding what to do, where to go, and how long the process is. This is something that right now I'm not satisfied with, and this is our goal for to have it set for the rest of this fiscal year. We need to evaluate with Veolia the storm event response in late 2022 and early 2023, basically what we have experienced in the past few weeks, and prepare a plan to improve responsiveness so that so we can be better in the next, next winter would be, we're improving right now, but definitely the main changes you'll see next year. Evaluate a specific storm drain locations where we can make rapid improvements with available budget. Prepare and present to City Council a draft of our 5-year pavement management program plan. This is basically to present to you where we are, right? We know that we're on the low end of where we would like to be with our street conditions, and how we can improve it. And that definitely has to do a lot with the available budget for pavement. But in pavement includes also the curb, the gutters, ADA curb ramps. We also want to prepare and present a self-assessment report of the sidewalk conditions and how we can address the repairs. This is very important, because if we don't measure the challenge, the decisions that we will make will be blind, and we will make decisions that we may overspend and funds that we don't have. So the combination that we want to bring to City Council is the 5-year paving plan with the sidewalk conditions, and give you an idea of the magnitude of the investment that we need to make in Richmond to improve both conditions. Next slide, please. We also want to invest a lot of time in improving our website to present more detailed information of what our department does, how to submit a specific request, and what work we're currently doing in the city. In other words, any resident or anybody who wants to go that would go to our website would know where to submit a request for services or what is going on in their neighborhood at any given moment. That basically lead us to the last point, which is build trust with the community. That with all this information that I gave you, basically, that's our main goal. One thing that I encounter is that the lack of trust of the community and is something that we need to rebuild. Next slide, please. Talking about staff, the approved positions that we have for this fiscal year is almost 134. When you see this 0.6, it's not that it's just 0.6 of a person, it's 0.6 of the time of an individual that we share with other department. So it's almost 134 people that we have in the public works, not including the waste water recovery. And that we have almost 13 vacancies that we need to fill. 3 of them are the 3 engineers that we are hiring the next few weeks. So we're talking about almost 10 people that we need. However, as I said, we lost 3. So it's kind of right now is trying to cover a hole and then another creates it. We're moving forward. And we have a plan also to replace those positions or those staff members that we're losing. But I think that by March, we'll be in a very good position to keep hiring more people and start showing results to all of you. The way I see it, and I like to, as the city managers the city manager knows by now, I like to make a lot of analogies with baseball, which is my favorite sport. We are right now in the spring training, and only the catchers and pitchers have reported. We don't have the entire team yet, but we will be ready for this when the season starts. And also, I think it's going to coincide with the actual baseball season. That is when we're going to have our team together. Next slide, please. Talking about some of our expenses this year, I would like to ask Mubin to give me a hand here with some of your questions. Some of this we're working on the revision of our budget in the department to make some adjustments and also to present to you the new fiscal year when we're ready to do that. Okay, next slide, please. In the water resource recovery section, we have 11 positions approved, and we have 4 vacancies. So that's another area that we're going to need to fill, and it's something that we are starting to work already. So again, I think that by March, April at the latest, we'll be bringing more staff that is going to help us improve the services. And with that, next slide, please. Same thing with the water resource recovery. With that, I would like to introduce Mubin, and since I'm gonna do one of my city managers Mubin, I don't want to butcher your last name, so you're gonna please introduce yourself.
Well, this is Mubin, and I'm the acting finance director for the city of Richmond. And if there are any questions regarding budget, please go ahead and let us know.
Thank you, Mubin.
And can I just add that although Daniel's vacancy rate looked high, we did budget for a vacancy rate in our budget, and so in our overall budget. And so we're continuing to work on recruitments collaboratively with HR, but because of that, those budget savings that were already factored in, we are working with Daniel in a strategic manner to fill the vacancies based on priorities of the organization. So right after Daniel, then Robert, our deputy public works director, joined the team. And then Daniel, do you want to mention sort of who leads up the different divisions in public works right now, given that you have a vacancy in facilities, just for the good of the order?
Yes, so we have in our team, we have Mary Phelps is in charge of the wastewater recovery. In our divisions, we have in facilities, we have an interim a Superintendent Carl Capistrano. He started today as a interim superintendent, and Carl been with the city 16 years. We also in the streets and signs, we have Rob Chulimiros with 30 years working with the city. He's a Richmond resident. And in fleet maintenance, we have Dee Kearns. She's very knowledgeable in all fleet related issues. And we have in parks, we have Greg Cardensty, also somebody that has many years working with the city. Who am I missing here? Abatement, we have Hugo Mendoza. You'll see a lot of you already know Hugo. He's always out there cleaning and helping the community in different ways. And I was trying to, and as Shaz already mentioned, our Deputy Public Works Director is Robert Armijo.
All right. Do we have any public comment?
I do not see any hands up right now.
Oh, a premature discussion. Councilmember Sahela?
Thank you very much. Thank you, Mr. Chavarria. Excellent presentation. Welcome to the city of Richmond. Your hard work is very much appreciated, and wishing you the best of luck. And again, thank you specifically for your caring for wildfire safety, your cooperation for accommodating public emergency egress routes for different communities. I have a suggestion and a question and a heads up. My suggestion is about an app that when you take a picture, it registers the location. It's a ready-made app. Maybe Public Works could utilize it. For example, people can take picture of a city light that's not working and just send it as easy as that. I know that many departments are using it and different cities have it. If you need more specific information, I'll be happy to provide it to you.
Please do so. I'm very interested in that. Thank you very much.
Sure. And I have a question, and also the question is, who does the enforcement for Public Works? Public Works itself or a different branch?
Depends on the case. Depends on the situation. Yes, it could be code enforcement under development, or it could be us, depending on what the issue is.
Okay, thank you. And just a heads up that I will ask you at the end of the year, how much of the budget from Public Works was spent in each district? I don't mind that some districts spend a lot more than other districts based on their need, but I don't think if it would be very pleasant to residents if they hear that their district received zero. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Mayor, may I respond before you go to the next council member, or would you prefer for me to wait?
Sure, go ahead.
So I do want to note that we are, that I think finance is doing a great job, and we are in a state audit process. So I think the city, the finance staff can definitely try to begin to analyze information by district. But I do want to flag for the city council that we may be in a better position to commence doing that with the adoption of the 23-24 budget. So commencing July 1, since that hasn't been a past practice. So if we could put that on the bike rack as a follow-up item, and then Mubin, Nikki and I, let's confer, and Mubin, you go back to staff and see what their capacity is. And then we can report out and let the council know if we'll be able, what the timeline we'll be able to be for that.
Sure. May I add something to it? Councilmember Bana, it's a great question, and I totally value that. However, there may be limitation in terms of putting a dollar value to each district when it comes to a department budget. We could, tell you how much we spent on parks, how much we spent on streets, how much we spent on paving and all that. But however, the budget in the Public Works Department or any department is not done based on the area. So there's a limitation in the system, and there is no mechanism for us to basically assign a dollar value to a district based on the operating budget. If there was a CIP budget, we could definitely break that apart based on the area that the project is in. However, the general operating budget of the city is not by district.
I perfectly understand, but I hope that we can work together towards there. I don't expect any overnight changes. But as I said, people in my district believe like in the past 25 years, they haven't received anything, even though they've been paying taxes. And as Mr. Chavarria said, we would like to build trust with the community. So maybe some of the needs could be addressed on the way. No rush, no rush. It was just a heads up for the future. Thank you.
Great.
All right, Councilmember Willis.
And thank you for the great presentation, Director Chavarria. I do have a couple of questions that I don't know if they can be answered by you or by the city manager, or if this might be a research question that needs to be held over, let me know. My two questions is you mentioned that you have key vacancies that you want to fill. So how likely are you to fill those vacancies in the next 6 months? And also how long have you had some vacancies for in your department, which I know could supersede your arrival, but how long have those vacancies been sitting there too in your department are my main two questions.
Well, let me tell you about the plan, and maybe that answers all those questions. As I show in the presentation, there are two big areas in our department. One is engineering and the other one is operation and maintenance. My goal in 2022 was to fill up the key positions in the engineering first, and have that moving the beginning of this year on its own. So having Deputy Public Works Director joining us, and now 3 engineers that we already issue offers that they already passed all the background check and all the process that they need to get hired, and also reference checks and all that. Now I can focus on the operation and maintenance side. So that's where I am right now, and we're making some changes. And yes, when in the first week of the year, we lost 3 key elements, and we have a plan for each of them to get a replacement. For instance, we lost a very important staff member who was our facilities maintenance superintendent, who was with the city for many, many years, and started with us, I think it was as a laborer. Now we became the superintendent. So what we did is we promoted as an interim one of our staff members that has plenty of experience as well. So we're going to have that position filled, and in the next few months we're going to open it formally. But it's going to give this staff member an opportunity to take this role, who we believe is capable of doing. Another staff member that we lost, Patrick Phelan, that as a lot of you know, and he was basically one of our leaders in the traffic safety program. We are hiring, or we're going to open his position in the next couple of weeks, and we believe that we're going to have a strong candidates that are going to apply for it. We, as we did with engineering, we reach out to people and see their interest, people that we believe are going to be a good fit, and we think that we're going to have good candidates for that position. And the last position is a project coordinator that it has to do with a lot of environmental type of task. We're reaching out to some other with people that retire from the city, that they can help us temporary while we can open up the position and hire somebody for a more permanent situation. Right now, the market is very challenging, and so we need to be creative in how we can cover those or fill those positions, so we don't stop providing the services. and at the same time ensure that we have enough time to hire the best candidate for the city. I don't know if that answered your question, Councilmember Willis.
Answered it a little bit. So quick follow up. Those sounds like the three positions that are key. You have candidates already in mind that are in the running. It's just a matter of going through the process, or are you waiting for people to come in and still apply? Because the point you made about the market being challenging is why I asked the questions, because we can have every best intention in the world of filling those positions. I guess I just want to know, do we have people already being considered from those positions, or are we still working on recruitment?
We're working on recruitment, but we have we have received good responses with people that we have reached out during this process. So I feel that we'll be able to fill these positions within the next 6 months, as you said. But we are also working on temporary solutions so the services don't stop. And when I say key positions, it's not just about the technical knowledge, it's about institutional knowledge that only comes with time. So when you hire somebody new, even though we can bring all the technical expertise, the institutional knowledge takes some time to build. And that's the part that definitely is going to make this process a little bit slower.
Okay, yeah, and I'll follow up on my other question, unless you want to answer this after I close out. But the second question I had before the follow up to the first was, how long have some of these vacancies been around for? I know we had 3 people that just left, so are some of them like 2 months, 3 months, a year, 2 years that they've been sitting vacant? Is information I was looking for. Like I said, I know you just came in, so you may not have that information on hand, but my point that I'm getting at is every indicator going into the somewhat mid last year, end of last year, now coming into this year, is that there was a lot of city positions opening up around us in this very high competitive market where everybody's looking for workers. And I just want to make sure we're in the best position to actually recruit workers, and that people aren't passing us up for other jurisdictions because of reasons. Everybody has their own personal reasons for doing something. So that's why I want to get clear on how likely is it that we're going to fill these positions in the next 6 months, because I know it's a highly competitive market out there. We may get passed up for the city or counties surrounding us. So I'll end right there, but that's the basis for my couple of questions I had.
Daniel, can I go ahead and take a pass at responding? So just 3 things in response, Councilmember Willis. So one, I've asked the Public Works Director and the Maintenance and Operations staff to develop a citywide budget schedule. And so right now that's a work in progress. So I think because of the state audit and the requirement for a workforce analysis, you may recall that that's item number 6 in the state audit report. It says in the report, to mitigate the cost increases of salaries, the city should perform a workforce analysis by June 24. Based on the results of the analysis, the city council should consider eliminating vacant positions that it deems no longer necessary. Additionally, the city should assess its need for each vacant position before it seeks to fill the position and eliminate any positions that it does not need. And so our city response back in October was that the city has recently completed a class and compensation study and is in the process of several classifications have become obsolete and are proposed to be eliminated. The city staff will continue to conduct vacancy analysis and consider eliminating vacant positions wherever possible to achieve fiscal sustainability while maintaining service levels to the community. Currently, the city is undertaking a measured approach to filling vacant positions. So that's number 6. And then there was also item number 11 in the state audit, which talked about the need for us to work on cost recovery. And so part of what I've also asked Daniel to do is, in order for him to be able to fill vacant positions, we have to make sure that that engineering begins to operate closer to what community development has done over time in terms of cost recovery. So the city council just approved a couple, so now it's almost been a couple of months, but nearly a $3 million write-off of engineering cost recovery items that weren't achieved. And so part of what Daniel has to do is make sure that these engineering projects that have to move forward on very clear timelines, that happens, that we're achieving cost recovery, so then he can continue to hire. So that's also part of what's in progress. And so I think between those three things, it'll get us to a point where he's roughly at about a little bit under 10% vacancy. And so we can move, hopefully that can move up closer to say 6% vacancy rate. And once we have the schedules finalized, at least it would be my hope that what we really need are more staff in the field providing direct services, right? So our medians look better, our parks look better, our fleet is kept, better. Those are the things that I think what we're seeing from the community in terms of emails I get are that the community is upset about the built environment. And so that's where we'll be looking to add positions and come back to the city council with either at mid-year or next year, once we have for 23, 24, once we have schedules and we know what is the capacity of staff and then where do we have nonprofit partnerships and where are there gaps.
Sorry, I was muted. Thank you. Councilmember McLaughlin?
Yes, I have a couple of questions. First of all, we do have a comprehensive street safety plan that we adopted last summer, I believe. And we know that that's going to take a lot of money to comprehensively implement. But at the same time, just a couple months after that, we've had so many concerns about the built environment, about street safety in particular, and how do we implement that in the interim, any projects that could be implemented in the interim before the comprehensive plan is ready for implementation. So the council allocated $1.2 million to set up a set of projects that could be implemented right away. And I think you were here that when that came to council, a methodology for how to implement that, and also a list of priorities. So has any of those projects been implemented, or does the staff shortage at this point, is that a limitation? And if it hasn't started yet, when might this get started?
Yeah, the answer is, well, the answers are yes, I was here when that happened.
Mm-hmm.
And no, it hasn't been implemented. And yes, it's because of the shortage of engineers. If to execute this, you need somebody to be, to follow up, to sit down, to measure, to meet with the community, to invest time, basically. And right now, with people have to sleep, and we what I'm saying, we need more people, and that's why
Right.
the focus at the beginning was in hiring the engineers, getting that team ready to go. We're very close to have them tomorrow. We're going to have the first one. And then we'll, again, I love to go back to the analogy of baseball. The season starts in April, and that's when I believe that's when you're going to start seeing the movement, everything. Right now, we're laying a lot of foundations, and then once in construction is the same. Once you lay down the foundation, you drive by the construction site, you don't see anything, but they're building a lot of foundation, very strong foundations. And once they start building above the ground, that's when they're moving very fast. They were not doing anything before. No, they were. And so you'll start seeing that March, April is when you'll start seeing the changes, and what we're going to be meeting with people to start executing these specific projects. And so our goal is that we have everything encumbered before the fiscal year ends, so everything starts moving. So yes, I can hear and feel your frustration because things don't move as quickly as we would like to. Believe me, I share it. But there's some problems that has happened for years. They cannot be solved in weeks. So yeah.
So will we have any, I thought in the, when it came to council before, it was going to come back in February or something, when mid-year budget to, I guess, discuss it in the context of the budget. So will you have any more information for us at that point?
I cannot guarantee that next month we'll have that information. But what I'm saying, March, April is what I'm shooting for. And one thing that, I mean, now reminds me that I definitely would like in all this safety program, and as I share with you separate, it's I see, for example, the issue that is affecting us all about people coming to our city and start doing donuts and driving in a very responsible way and putting other people's in danger. That's kind of a very new problem, right? Not only for our city, but for other cities. So we need to also include other players, other key players, or other in this in the solutions for this. And one thing that we were talking is about maybe having a task force that includes city council members, that includes the school district, the police department, the fire department, engineering from public works, that we can discuss different solutions that goes with education, enforcement, and engineering. And because once we make some drastic change engineering wise in a location, that it's the most expensive solution and the most permanent, well, not most permanent, but it's hard to change afterwards. And then the problem goes away. Then we end up with some infrastructure that we might as well would have spent it in paving roadways that help with all the runoff and help with making sure that we don't have flooding during this type of storm events. So but that being said, that doesn't mean that we're not going to do what we already presented to City Council and what's approved by City Council. What I'm saying is we want to add a more holistic approach to solve our traffic safety challenges.
Okay, thanks. I do have one other question, and it's more toward the city attorney, although it was based on a point that you had in your presentation, Daniel. So you talked about Veolia and how you need to evaluate with them, and I totally understand that, but I also wanted to ask the city attorney, we haven't had a legal update on Veolia in a while. There were some legal issues in the past, and it's a closed session discussion, of course, but will we be getting some closed session update on that at some point soon?
Yes, I think within the next month. I've talked to the outside counsel, and he's had a conversation with Veolia, and so we've had a lot of other things going on, but I think I'm setting a time to talk with him in the next 2 weeks.
Okay, great. Just wanted to raise both those issues. So thank you.
Yep.
All right, if you, thank you. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, muchas gracias, Public Director Chavarria. I have a couple of questions about your presentation and about some things that I had been asking for. The first, just kind of like looking at the jobs and continue with that discussion, how many job descriptions are actually posted and hiring is open for positions in public works?
Currently, we have none at this moment.
Okay, so how are you going to achieve in 6 months to hire all these people when
Well,
the jobs are not posted? That is one question.
Well, it's a batch at a time. As I mentioned, first was the engineers. And that's one of the reasons in the public, I have experience in public and private sector. Public sector, it's like a pulling teeth to move the big machine forward. It's very slow. So to connect the answer with the city member, council member McLaughlin, that's one of the reasons why the traffic safety program hasn't moved that much, because I had to pick one of the two, and my focus is hiring. And in the 3 engineers, it sounds low, but each of them requires a lot of effort to get them on board, to recruit them.
Can I jump in? Is it
Yeah.
okay if I?
Yeah.
Good evening, council member Sharon Taylor, interim human resources director. Daniel is doing a great job. He is, assisting with the recruitment effort. He's using a lot of his connections to attract high quality people. I do want to thank the council for allowing us to change some of the salary ranges, especially for the engineers, because that enabled us to hire 3 engineers, which is amazing, because we went out several times over the last 2 years and couldn't hire anyone because it's just a highly competitive position. It's specialized. And so as Daniel was sharing, we are losing people that are our tenured employees. They are specialized employees. Some are retiring, some are moving on. But we do have active employment lists for quite a few of his vacancies. I shared that with him, especially with the project coordinator that we just recently lost just last week. We just lost our superintendent just last week. So we do have a lot of current vacancies, but we do have a plan. Daniel and I meet once a week to plan out recruitments and to kind of see and strategize how he can use his current resources, kind of look at what we have currently available to him, and then we move on from there. But we are taking, a concerted effort to support him. We want him to feel supported and to know that we are focusing on helping him fill his vacancies. But he is telling the truth. We are having quite a bit of turnover, but I'm happy to say that we are focused on it. I'm especially excited about the 3 engineers that we have coming on board, because they are going to move a lot of these projects forward, and we'll just keep working on it. But it is something that we're working on, and I know that the council has heard that from us plenty of times. And I thank you all for your support and for helping us, make the changes that we need in order to attract candidates.
Thank you. And this is like, these questions are for that, like how we can, we are like, one thing is to implement the class and comps. So I hope that we finish really quickly, because that will help to attract more quality people when people are at market and not below market. So that is something that we are hoping to move, that the city can move really quickly and soon, so we can finish that and move into really hiring good people and make it easier for you. So thank you for that. I have other couple of questions. One is about, we had this rain, right? How well did the city's public infrastructure hold up during this storm?
Well, compared to what I see on the news in other cities, I want to stay like that. No, not in the news at all. I mean, we have seen some specific issues. We have identified issues that before the rain we didn't see. And those are one of the items that we are going to discuss with Viola in how we're gonna, what are the low-hanging fruits that we have budget for that we can quickly fix, and which others are ones that require more time, more design, and more resources and put a number and a time for those.
Okay.
But
So-
definitely having the roadways at the low end of the conditions we would like is not helping. And also definitely the sweeping because unfortunately some residents don't move their vehicles in the sweep days. That doesn't allow the machine to go against the curb and pick up everything. So when it rains, all that garbage or leaves that stay next to the curb or under the vehicles, they clog the drain inlets, and then people call upset. The same people that don't move their car call upset because they have flood in their street. So it's something that we're gonna have to also to work with the community. I mean, because we have to partner up, yeah, it's part of the challenge.
And this is something that before you came, I think like Councilmember Willis put out there, because the issue is that many neighbors don't have signage. And I know that Councilmember McLaughlin has been working on alternatives. So we want to really see what are the alternatives is, or whether we need to put the posts and the signs on every single street, so we can have a more equitable way to really do this. Because what happened right now is that some people get tickets, legally can be ticket, but other not. So we need to fix this, and I hope that you work with Councilmember McLaughlin and with other alternatives to bring back that, so we can move forward with that issue. Another thing that I had been asking, and I didn't see that in the calendar of presentation, is that we have a particular study session on the capital improvement plan budget. And I like in the list of a budget presentation, there is not there. So I would like to see when that can happen. And one thing that I would like to see is, because I think like we need to see more outcomes, like and timelines. I think like your presentation today was great. Thank you for all the work that we are doing, but it's also about having more information for the public. So for instance, for the capital improvement plan, we have all this money that is funds that are for that particular, like for instance, like we passed the gas tax, the Measure J. So having that information with how much money from each of these funds was spent in which project, it will be important. So we can see a list of all what we did, the allocation of that money to the project. So we can be more accountable to the community, saying like, your taxes are at work, right? And we use this measure that you approve for this particular thing. So, and then also, I think the process that we had with the budget is that the budget and the capital improvement budget is presented at the same time. And I think I would like, what I am advocating is to have more time for city council and community to be able to make comments about the improvements in the and what is the improvements in infrastructure improvement that they would like to see, and how much is going to cost, and so forth, and the money. So I think like I would like to see like maybe city manager, would you when do you think that presentation could happen?
In the council orientation, we mentioned that I thought I mentioned that it was in February. It was in the PowerPoint slide deck. But I handed over to Nuveen to provide some more clarity around the dates and the timing, and also want to flag that. So in terms of first, I just want to acknowledge that with the capacity that Public Works currently has, I think they've been doing a great job under Daniel's leadership. When I drive around town, even during the holidays, it didn't look like it normally looked in past years, where there was Christmas trees and garbage just strewn about everywhere. So I just want to acknowledge that I feel like Daniel and all of the leadership in Public Works is doing a great job of adjusting to the council's expectation, and to my expectations and the community's expectations, because I think this is really different in terms of what the council is asking for and demanding versus, how norms were previously communicated. So I just want to acknowledge their great work. Then second, I think we also need to acknowledge that if we don't have the capital improvement manager and we don't have those engineering positions, then that means that impacts the lag time with the CIP projects. And so now that Daniel's basically in the last 2 months, or actually, I guess Daniel's 11 weeks, so 3 months, we'll basically have hired 5 key positions. So that's going to expedite the timeline even faster, because we used to just have one PE, that was Joe. And so we're going to go from 1 to 5, right? So that means we should be able to increase capacity from what we had previously by at least five times. So that's significant. We've never done that in 3 months to hire that many folks that are PEs. So that's going to completely shift the landscape in my mind of what we're able to do in the built environment and getting these capital projects done. Mubin, do you want to talk a little bit more about the dates in February and then how that's going to roll into mid-year and then fiscal year 23-24, please?
Sure. So the original plan was to have the capital projects come to the council along with the mid-year budget adjustment on 28th. And these presentations, since these were, oriented around the department presentations, and CIP itself is not a department. However, we're going to accommodate your request and make a special CIP presentation, which will highlight the projects, and we'll give you a table of status of CIP projects at the city on February 7th. And you're correct, it was not listed and wasn't listed because CIP is not a department. That's why it was not listed. And if we come to 23-24 budget process, the first draft of the budget will be presented to the council in the first meeting of May, and that will be CIP budget and operating budget. And you are correct, CIP has not been discussed that much in the city council meetings. And for the most part, it's because where the council would like to focus on. So if the council would like to focus on CIP more, we'll definitely provide you everything that you would need to discuss about that.
Thank you.
And City Council Member Jimenez, what you're requesting is something that in every city we do. I mean, I mentioned before, this is my 4th agency. All the time, this spreadsheet that you're mentioning, engineers will love doing a spreadsheet all the time. And this is a piece of information that it would be easier to share with the community. And that's basically the main work that the capital projects manager, who's going to start, unless the city of San Francisco issues a better offer than us, on February 6th. And that's how I'm going to measure that engineer. He needs to basically keep track of that spreadsheet and make sure that there's progress, and make sure that there's accountability and transparency. So you'll have it. Just a little bit of patience. That's all I ask.
No. I am just kind of continue saying it because I want to happen. I understand that we have some issues around staffing. This is what I want you to post the job description so we can all start knowing that the city is hiring for this position that you need. And I'm glad to know that in any other city, and that what I am asking is not a crazy request, that other cities has done it. Unfortunately, the city of Richmond hasn't provided that information. I am here with the proposed capital improvement plan binder right here, and it's not here. So I'm glad that you say that it's something that usually is done, and that we are going to have it, and that is something that you will provide, and it's not crazy and difficult ask. I just wanted to say thank you to you. I had been in the storm. I had several community members who come to like email me or engage with me about some flooding issues, on issues that they have with the storm, and you really quickly responded to the emails and do actions around that. So thank you so much, and looking forward to continue to work with you in collaborative way. So one thing just in timeline on how my mind, March and April, we are going to see this round about that the community is asking for. So we are tackling the donuts and other unsafety driving situation that we have. So thank you.
Can I add something, Council Member Jimenez? But even though there may not have been much of CIP activity because of the staffing, but the CIP status report has always been provided in quarterly, mid-year, or annual budget reports. So, and the information is also provided in the orientation, in your orientation binders. And we also have been providing the binder budget for the CIP plan and all that. So
yeah, but the thing that I am requesting, that is something that it does, is not here. And I am looking at it's page 20 on the capital improvement budget binder. And there is no a list, like there is the list, the names of the capital projects, but like that chart with like measure J, we use that money for this project is not there. So this is what I am asking.
Okay.
Thank you.
We'll like to address your question.
Thank you. So we'll move on to Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. So I just Googled, and I think it was it's very fitting, Mr. Chavarria's last name. I think we're all going to learn each other's names. I know people were having a hard time with my first and my last name, but I think with time, everybody will learn it. But Chavarria means new house. And I think it's very fitting because you're coming in and it's a brand new house. You're going to hit a couple home runs. We're going to clean house, have a beautiful house. You're redoing the structure, right? We have this old house that we want to make better, and you're working it from the foundation up. And that's what we need to do with a house, right? We're going to have a new house, new city council, new energy. So welcome, Mr. Chavarria. I look forward to working with you. So again, thank you for everything. Couple of things, some of them are comments, some of them are questions. Are we looking to hire from within? I think it's always important to be able to uplift our own employees and giving them that opportunity. And I see some heads nodding there, so thank you for that. And then I think Councilmember Jimenez might have already said this as well. In terms of publicizing what positions are open, if you send it over to the council members, I think, I don't want to speak for everyone, but at least for myself, and I think everyone might agree, we can help disseminate the information so that we can help backfill any positions that are out there. We all have a lot of different social media that we can use. You want to say something, Mr. Chavarria?
Well, I just want to share that I came to the organization, and I was new to the organization, completely new, right? I mean, it's not that I worked here for maybe 5 years and I had a institutional knowledge already. So I inherited a structure that may not be the structure that I want, or the structure that I believe is the best structure for success. So I'm a very impatient person by nature, but at the same time, I want to be careful with the movements I make, because once you open a position, you hire somebody, and then you don't have a work for them, it's a problem. So for me, the engineering staff was very clear that we needed it, so that's what I attacked. And as I get to learn the rest of the dynamics of the organization, and I have I have a plan in mind. I have some movements in mind, and then sometimes you have to wait a little bit until okay, this is the next move is this one. So I cannot just go out and start publishing all the position and then have another problem that is going to be even worse than what we originally have. So as I said, it's a transition. It's a transition. Definitely today, I have a way better understanding than what the first day I started. And now I'm start moving, making some other moves. But things happen, people resign, so then you have to adjust. So the answer is why, well, we published all the positions that we have vacant? No. And we'll be doing it. We'll be posting those positions as we go, and you'll see a batch of positions going out at the same time, because that's where we have this area already well thought of. So yeah, that's a long answer to that.
Thank you for that. So, and again, just whenever you're ready, I'm not saying all of them, but whenever you're ready, I know in the city manager's report, I know there was a couple of them listed there as well. So, and for other departments. So whenever you're ready, let us know how we can help. For illegal dumping, I know that a lot of people have ideas about what we can do, and thank you for already doing a great job, as our city manager was mentioning. But there's other ideas there. Hopefully we're looking at what else we can do to continue keeping the illegal dumping down. One idea that was out there throughout the campaign season, people were mentioning opening it up for the city of Richmond residents to just dispose of their dumping for free. Because I think we're going to spend more money if we're collecting it from the street than just having people automatically go into the dump and dispose of it there. But that's another conversation, just an idea there. And then in your presentation, which again, it was really great, but I don't know, I might have missed it. Do you have a Veolia number? You said people can call 24/7.
Yeah, I also realized that as I was making the presentation, I missed that number there. That's not going to happen. We're going to put it in the next presentation. I don't have the number with me right now. Actually, I'm sorry, but we're going to put it in the website. We're going to make sure that it's in the website.
Perfect. Thank you for that. And it was in the news about several sewage districts, including my former sewage district, that they release raw sewage into the bay because of these hard rains. Do we know what the impact was for Richmond?
Not yet.
Not yet. Okay.
Not yet.
Perfect. If we can maybe get I don't know what information we may have, but every agency had to release raw sewage because there was no way they can process all the water that's been coming in. So that had to be out there. And it looks like Councilmember Jimenez might have just posted the phone number for Veolia, and it's 510-412-2001. But Ms. Chavarria, if you can confirm it later, put it on the website, that would be great. There is, as far as I remember, an ADA accessibility lawsuit that makes the city of Richmond make sure that we come up into our sidewalks, making sure that we're making them ADA accessible. And I'm not sure where we are on that. You might not have an answer now, but in the future, if you wouldn't mind looking into it, as we're talking about sidewalks, making sure that we're also fighting into this lawsuit that has been with us for many years. And as we're constructing sidewalks, that they are ADA accessible, and that they're not leading to nowhere, and that they're not accessible, right? Accessibility is very big. So just FYI on that. And then maybe we have to do a little bit better work in publicizing, but we do have a city app already. That's a great city app. A couple of years ago, I was the #1 user. I was told by our IT department. I don't know if that was a good thing or not. Pretty much they said, Cesar, you complain too much. But that was me. So we might want to just do more publicizing of it so people know that it's out there. You can download it on the App Store and utilize it. Again, I think not all of us are aware. I was one of the very first adopters, which I think that's why I became one of the #1 user. But other than that, Mr. Chavarria, I look forward to hitting some home runs with you. I look partnering, and thank you so much for everything. Thank you for your presentation.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
All right, thank you. Now, Councilmember Robinson. And Sister, can you lower your hand, please? Thank you.
Hello. Thank you so much for your time tonight. I'm so excited to have you in this position. So I just had a few things that I'm trying to get through quickly. One of them is just wanting to underscore Councilmember Bana's interest in seeing the allocation of resources by district. I know that's not how we do it now. I know it won't happen soon, but the question of equity has been a real question that comes up for residents, especially residents in underserved neighborhoods like in District 3. And this is going to be something I'm definitely going to be pushing on because people want to know that they, are getting the services that are needed, that the services are being distributed equitably from the general fund. So just wanted to make that point. So Councilmember Bana isn't kind of out there alone, that there are, I think, a lot of people who would like to see that kind of financial reporting. The second thing that I wanted to bring up was just to make a comment about street sweeping. I understand how important it is to do the street sweeping to make sure that we're getting people to move, but I also understand that we have a pretty extreme problem with parking in many of the neighborhoods. Something that came up over and over again during election season is that many neighborhoods, there just isn't a place to move your car, especially if you're going to take a whole side of the road out of commission. So I don't know what the answer to that is, but I think that if we're going to try to address problems, we need to not do it only by giving people tickets, but actually understanding some of the source of the resistance to response to the problem and coming up with some solutions that address those needs. So make that point. And then another thing that came up a lot was, this traffic safety, traffic calming measures. And I just need to say that, sideshows and donuts are not only what people were talking about and concerned about, but just basic traffic calming. People driving too fast through the neighborhoods are afraid of their kids getting hit in the street, of not having a stop sign in a place where they feel like there should be a stop sign because there's been a bunch of accidents. Things like this, things that I don't see in your short-term priorities. And I worry about that. I worry about that because I feel like there is a deep concern. We heard it over and over and over again from residents, a concern about basic traffic safety, not just, sideshows and kind of big things like that, but also just whether or not their child is going to be safe, walking home from school, crossing the street to go to the store, playing out inside in front of their house because of what's happening on residential streets. And I would love to see that as a priority somewhere in the plan for public works, because I think that if you talk to residents, you're going to hear that that's a priority for them. And then finally, I just wanted to say that the Richmond app is amazing. And I'm also one of those overusers, but I think it's great. And I think we should actually get the word out more, have some signs in public in the city parks. I mean, it addresses broken street lights, it addresses illegal dumping, it addresses blighted properties, it addresses so many different things. And in my experience, the city staff has been really responsive to it, including like abandoned cars and things like that. You can photograph it, geo maps where you've taken that photograph, and then it gives the city an easy, kind of clear way to respond, and they can report back to you when something has been addressed. So maybe we just need to get that to, put that on some signs and get it out and have a better marketing plan around it so we can get the reporting going. So those are my comments. I'm hoping that, they're just heard, and that that I'm going to keep bringing them up because they're really, I think, important to me. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, may I just make a comment? Thank you. Councilmember Robinson, one thing that you're right, I didn't put the basic traffic calming as a priority, but the way I see it, and I want to be very open, and if the city council doesn't agree with that, I will follow what the city council wants. I think the problem with the traffic calming is not just a public works problem. We are focusing that the engineers are not putting enough traffic calming features for a problem that is a driver, an irresponsible driver side. So the way I see that we will have a better result instead of trying to engineer every single solution, which is also going to be very, it would impact the finances of the city, is we need to maybe put a lot of effort in a campaign that brings awareness of this problem. Everybody drives, and everybody, I think when people hear that this can affect other residents, your neighbors, your family, your friends, people start realizing that their acts can be can impact other people, but it can improve also the quality of life of other people. So that's what I insist that we could have a task force that different players are involved in the community, in which we can have a campaign again to bring awareness of this problem that we're having as a whole. It's not just happening just in Richmond, but that I believe it will be more a long-term solution, and we will bring better results.
I would like to respectfully disagree. I believe in community campaigns, but I also believe in looking around and looking at other communities that have slower streets, that have, walkable streets, that have streets that people feel more comfortable on. And what I often see is that they have speed bumps, and they have traffic calming measures, and they have bulb outs, and they have these things. You go around the residential neighborhoods of Berkeley, of some of the other cities that aren't having the same kind of problems that we're having, and you see physical built environment initiatives, projects. And I feel like what I would not like to do is try to solve our problems through punitive measures. I don't think that works. A marketing campaign never hurt, but I don't think that that's going to do it alone either. I think that we need a combination of both, some built environments, identify some hotspots, figure out how to, not on every single street, but maybe there's a few places where some traffic calming could actually have a ripple effect. We could be smart about this and, match it with a marketing campaign. So respectfully disagree and agree that, marketing never hurt.
Well, actually, I agree with you. Maybe I expressed myself not the right way, but I would say with that what I'm trying to say is that task force would help us also identify the locations that you mentioned that are, we need physical changes in this intersection or on this street. But at the same time, others that we can also identify that locations that we need some type of educational program just to fix the specific locations. But I agree with you. We're not in disagreement at all. We're not in disagreement at all.
So the next step we need to get an even more agreement is bring it up in priority. I just know I heard it over and over and over again from families that they're just really want that to change. They really don't like the way the streets are going. And it's not just the big things. It's this everyday, no stop signs, 60 miles an hour down a residential street. It's everyday things.
All right, good. Councilmember Jimenez.
Yeah, and sorry, I want to finish with this. I think Director Chavarria mentioned the task force to create, and I think we have already the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, and I believe they are planning to be working on traffic safety. So there is already a task force. We don't need to create more, and it's already being worked with multiple departments there, where different people from different backgrounds and staff from different departments are part of that. So I think that could be a good way to start, just like not creating other things, and also just coming to what like city manager said, like we create other things, we will need to have more staffing that we don't have. So I think if you like, we start talking maybe with Deborah, who is the chair of the task force, to start thinking about how they can help to engage more community about street safety. We can move these conversations faster. So just a comment over there. Thank you.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
Once again, I think you didn't see Councilmember Banna's hand up there.
I haven't painted my hand blue yet. Yeah, thank you. So some quick comments. I agree with both the director and Councilmember Robinson that we do need educational campaign, and it shouldn't start as a punitive measure. Maybe the first time we enforce it, it's going to be a warning. And then the second time we start with the actual fine, I think it'll be a very good educational campaign. We shouldn't start all of a sudden just issuing fine to people. And back to the subject of safety task force, I would like to remind Mayor Martinez that District 4 has no representation. District 4 didn't have a city council member at the time when it was formed. Nobody from District 4 is on it. So I'm concerned that the safety issues in our district would be overlooked. So if you could please consider appointing some people from District 4, considering Ms. Deborah Small said there are 4 vacancies, it would be greatly appreciated. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Council McLaughlin.
Yes, I just want to state that before you were here, Director Chavarria, we had the previous Public Works Director eliciting lists from various neighborhoods as to what their safety concerns were. So I just don't want those lists. And I know you've been collecting them. I actually got one more, not a list, but one more issue that I need to forward to you, but I'm thinking that you have the deputy director keeping track of that. So I'll be sure to send him that. But I'm fine with this task force idea. I think it's a good idea, but I also think that that we have some things to begin with, and I don't want, one of the neighborhoods just took a whole lot of time to really look at the neighborhood, look at every spot, and run it by all the neighbors, and to have it disregarded, with starting anew. I'm sure we would get some people, raising concerns about that coming to council meetings. So I just want, as we bring in new issues, that we keep the old ones in the thought process as well. And the final thing I just want to say is I do owe you an email that I was going to send you about the street sweeping and the issue of sending people texts and such, because some work has been done on that to remind people to move their cars. It doesn't address the issue, the valid issue that Councilmember Robinson raised. Where are people supposed to park? So that's something else that needs to be addressed. Somehow, these challenges need to be worked through, and I think we can. It just will take us some time. So.
Thank you. So, are there any public comments?
There are no hands up.
In that case, McLaughlin again. No, yes, no. All right, then we'll close this item and move on to new business.
Mayor Martinez, Councilmember Willis has his hand up. I think he froze.
Yeah, it's a nice little horror show over here again at Melvin Willis's house, but no worries. It's just come up time. may rest in peace, Richard Boyd and a lot of neighbors, like back in 2016, did launch an effort with the city because they were having the same parking issues because of them being directly next to the BART station. And they were able to work with the city. And I believe it's actually a policy on the books. I just can't remember it by name currently, where certain neighborhoods can actually petition to get signs up to have permit parking if they're permanent like neighbors or residing in the area on the streets. I know that doesn't solve the issues at night when parking really becomes horrendous, but that also might be some community education to look into for those core neighborhoods that are having parking issues where families are living there long term, getting them to be able to have that as a way to like maintain certain parking spaces rather than what my neighbors are currently doing, which is throwing their trash cans in the middle of the street, or they're buying cones just to maintain the parking that they have, which, you know, chalk it up to one of those many needed like community education issues. But I did want to mention that because it is a thing that exists and probably a thing that we should consider utilizing more of, especially when parking concerns come up. And the other thing that I said last year, but I want to say again, and I'll owe you an email too, Director Chavarria. I don't want to overwhelm you, but you know, we're also getting our calls too, is that, you know, even in my district, people have filed petitions for speed bumps or traffic safety stop signs and everything. And they actually took time out of the day to do the work to talk to neighbor. And I don't want it to be one of those things where folks do all this work to gather petitions and then it kind of falls to the wayside and there's no response and all that work is for nothing. So making sure that we're honoring those petitions or figuring out a way to follow up, even if it's following up with me for additional assistance. If it relates to my district, I don't mind doing that. I just don't want it to fall into the ether of oblivion where it just kind of gets filed away and forgotten about. And then people have to do it all over again, which further breaks the trust between the city and the residents. So that's just all the things that came up as I was listening to people talk. I'll shut up now.
And just for all the council members to know, yes, my deputy public works director, he is in charge of pushing forward this program and make it progress while we get the engineers. So he's moving the pieces right now. So when we get the engineers, they already have assigned task to start executing this. And so I hear you. I hear you. It seems that we've been analyzing too much and then paralyzing basically. So we need to show progress, and we'll be working on it.
All right. Well, with that,
Mayor Martinez?
yes, ma'am.
Yeah, two people raised their hands to speak after Councilmember Willis will start speaking. So do you want us to call on these people?
Yes.
Okay, I have Emily Ross and Jamin Purcell. Emily Ross, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Thank you. Good evening, council and community. It's exciting to address the new council. Welcome. I'm really sorry to those of you that have heard me say this before, but first of all, actually, thanks to the Public Works team for their presentation. But to some of the questions and points raised by Councilmember Bana and Councilmember Robinson about sort of data by district, the local road safety plan, I think, is an incredible resource that we've already invested in as a community that has street level data on, you know, collision data and all sorts of data points. There's an equity analysis based on household income, things like that. That's not by district, but it is, again, there's excellent maps in there that we can use to some degree to see where investment is happening and, more importantly, where the need is. So I hope that continues to be integrated into the planning efforts around street safety. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Jamin Purcell. You'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
Okay. Well, it seems like Emily already hit the point, one of the points I wanted to hit. So I'm going to jump to the next one, which was that referring back to the reimagining public safety, and that these engineered solutions are a way to be able to prevent criminality. And I feel like that's a really important emphasis that we should have. And then as well, I also want to express my thanks to the new director, Chavaria. I thought, moving in the right direction. I'm really excited by all of the new hires that we're going to have. I look forward to being able to see some of these improvements, and I definitely think that we should be attributing them, because as he made in a really great analogy about when you're doing a lot of foundational work, people don't see it. It's not until it rises above ground. As well, I also wanted to make a point about Councilmember McLaughlin, what she said about being able to use some of those lists that we had in the past. And I wanted to kind of draw also to the attention of we have a number of neighborhood councils that are inactive. And so unfortunately, those areas are not getting the representation. So I feel like we need to be looking at what we have on our plate already that has been addressed by or brought up by the community, but then also realize that there's some areas where there is going to be big gaps, where there still is a lot of work to be done. And it's just that they don't have the correct advocates to be able to make that be brought up. So I look forward to seeing the improvements that are going to be done. I look forward to being able to keep promoting the Richmond app and seeing how it has been very, very effective, but it does get forgotten. And I think that we should continue using that to be able to keep our departments moving forward. So thank you very much.
Thank you. And there are no more public speakers.
Okay, with that, we'll close this item and move on to new business.
Item Y1 is to receive a presentation from the City of Richmond Emergency Operations Center regarding the status of the Emergency Operations Center as of January 11th, 2023.
Hi, Mayor Martinez and members of the City Council. So when Daniel Chavaria is not busy being the Public Works Director, he's been assisting with the EOC. So again, this has been a really difficult time for staff, continuing to respond to the COVID crisis, continuing to deal with the storms, and then also ramping up and being new members of our team. And so with that, I know that Chief Montoya is on this evening, and he is scheduled to provide an update regarding the EOC. So looking for him to join us. And if he's not here.
I am here.
Okay, great. I don't see, look, it looks like you're in the dark. Did they cut off your power? We'll get you a little camera. I email Sue all the time asking for equipment, so for different staff. So we'll have to get you a light, Chief Montoya.
Yes,
so
thank you.
Chief Montoya has been right-hand person with our Deputy Chief Osario and helping lead these efforts. And so just want to thank them both and everyone who's been involved with the EOC, and hand it over to them to take it away.
Thank you, City Manager Curl. Good evening, City Council, and welcome you, City Council members. Happy to be here tonight and being able to give you this presentation. Could we start with the first slide, please? Next slide, please. Okay, so what you have in front of you is really the synopsis on how we and when we activated this EOC. By the way, EOC is Emergency Operations Center. I don't want to take it for granted that everybody knows what that means. So on Tuesday, January the 3rd at 8:18 p.m., the City of Richmond and Fire and Police Department responded to the 300 block of CB Drive with a possible landslide. And based on that interpretation of Cal Engineering Geology, they strongly recommended that a total of 15 homes on Seacliff Way be immediately evacuated, which we ended up doing based on their expert recommendation. And so at 8:30 that same evening, we activated the Emergency Operations Center. And if you recall the presentation I gave this morning regarding the organizational chart, that was a decision that was made by the city manager based on our recommendation to do so. So next slide, please. And these are just some of the pictures that when the EOC was activated, these are just some of the personnel that participated in that. And we had approximately 30 personnel. Next slide, please. And this is just the organizational chart. And I've gone over this already this morning, but mainly what's important to note with this organizational chart is that, it's broken up into two sections. It looks kind of crowded, which it is, but the main parts to really refer to is that the highlighted in yellow, that's the command staff. They do all the decision-making in the EOC organization. And then you have the general staff, which is below that in the different sections. Next slide, please. And so with the activation, we activated it, like I said, that evening. We activated it with over 30 personnel, which was initiated obviously by that possible or potential landslide. And then we transitioned over on January the 10th. We went into a virtual activation, and then on the 10th, we went into a virtual EOC type of setup. And that allowed us to still monitor the incident, but allowed staff to get back to their usual duties because it was a busy time with all the other storm activity we were dealing with. So the EOC was still open, and we were now going into the duty status, which we started on January the 10th. And all duty status means is that we are still activate. The EOC is still activated. We're still able to monitor it, but the decision is made, and I'll get into it a little bit further, by a duty officer. We still conducted our briefings, and they're conducted every Tuesday. We did that this morning. We extended our operational periods to 1 week. And again, that took place this morning. We are currently trying to evaluate what phase to go into next, or cease the EOC operation altogether. And so that will be based on our recommendation to the city manager, and then ultimately she will make that decision based on our recommendation or not. And then the section chiefs will brief staff actions taken on the previous week and objectives for the upcoming week. Next slide, please. So what is the duty officer status, which is what we're currently in? I just want to make sure that everybody understands that and what current state we are in with the EOC. And that because we don't have an OES manager, that position defaults to the deputy chief of the fire department, which is Deputy Chief Ariel Osorio. And he's serving as our current duty officer. His current duties and objectives will continue, but will be monitored by the duty officer. The EO staff will focus on the coordination and the mitigation measures of the by Sea Cliff Homeowners Association. And the duty officer's main job is to continuous monitoring of the incident. And if it worsens, what happens is that he will consult with me, and then we will also consult with the police department and public works, which are the key players in operationally of this incident. And then we will advise, or I will advise the city manager, who shall make the ultimate determination to either reactivate the EOC with the current status we have back to virtually or in person. Next slide, please. So these are just some of the different sections and branches that you saw in the organizational chart. These are the ones that we had set up or have set up for this incident. So we have the operations section. And we are in conjunction with the fire department, the police department, public works on that. And of course, law branch and fire branch are pretty self-explanatory. And then we have the planning and intelligence section. And that's what I had mentioned this earlier. And I want that everyone to note that the planning and intelligence section is something that we have identified as being perhaps not as robust or in sync with the EOC format that we would like, but it's something that I got to commend the people who are running planning and fire command staff that we've made it work. And so our plan and my plan is to implement what we determine as or title as a planning ops chief, who provides that nexus between operations and planning. And planning has to be on point because they're the ones who are going to plan for the next operational period. And so right now we have the luxury of having a week-long operational period, but when it's 12 hours, it's very dynamic, it's very upcoming on you. So that intel and that planning has to be in place. But again, that's something that we plan to improve, but I want to commend the people that have done this thus far because they've done an outstanding job. Logistics is exactly that. They support the incident. Finance, again, is pretty self-explanatory. And I just want to say that Mobim has been fantastic with us on this. He's been very attentive to what is going on. And if something gets over budgeted, of course, we can blame it on Mobim. But the liaison officer is the next one that you see there. Continue to communicate, coordinate with the external partners, like the geologists that we've been working with or other people that have come into play. And this is more so especially if we have a brush fire or out here we call it vegetation fires, where the liaison really is a busy person if that type of incident is taking place. And then we have the legal city attorney's office, which is again pretty self-explanatory, and then our public information officer, which is a joint effort between the fire department and the police department, mainly Battalion Chief Rincon and Captain Stonebreaker from police department. Next slide, please. And these are just some of the efforts that Public Works has played in this, and you'll see the tarping that has been accomplished up to this point, the stabilization efforts that have thus far transpired. And then, as of January 5th, the Sea Cliff Homeowners Association contractor engineer, Soil Repair Incorporated took over the hillside stabilization efforts. And they've done a very good job. They have been hampered with the weather, of course, like everything else. But they've done work out there that should be commended on, because it has been a difficult situation, especially with the slope of that hillside. And one of them includes the new corrugated drainage and pipe that they've installed. Next slide, please. And so other mitigation efforts that were also enforced by the city's public works department, such as installing the K-rails that you see here and on Seaview Drive and Sea Cliff turn lane closure. And then also city staff continue to monitor and assess the area, and safety personnel will continue to secure the site with the aid of the Allied Security Services. And safety throughout this incident was a key, and it's part of the EOC format. And so that's something that, when we give our briefings, we don't just talk about a lot of other things, but we also send out a safety message for everyone that's involved in this incident, especially the operations personnel who are at scene. Next slide, please. And so the fire department update is the staff are daily communication with the engineer. Fire personnel are prepared to respond of significant hillside, of course, just as we are with any other emergency in the city. And also the City of Richmond EOC public information officers are continuing to field calls and update residents as needed. And, again, I have to commend them for doing this because our PIOs have been in direct communication with the residents who have been displaced, either by email or by phone, and getting that message to them. We do look and plan to, upon the city manager's approval, to have a workshop where we were able to inform them on different operations and future operations of the EOC and the Fire Department, Police Department. But this is something that right now is currently being vetted out by the city attorney with Daniel Echevarria from Public Works. And then based on what the outcome of those vetted discussions are, we'll determine how we move forward with that. Next slide, please. And so what you see as of January the 17th, the evacuated residents are still unable to return to their homes, unfortunately, and temporary accommodations remain available for them at the Hyatt Place in Emeryville through the 23rd of this month. And any extensions will be communicated through the residents as appropriate and through the appropriate communication pathways. But that message is something that we've done very well so far, and will continue to do either through our PIOs or through the city staff. Next slide, please. And so the additional information, what we've developed is a webpage with up-to-date information, and it's sort of a repository of past updates about the CVU and other storm-related incidents. And this is something that was created, and it's also serves the purpose of documenting this incident, because like we are attempting to seek a reimbursement, all of this information that's on this website and other platforms that we've developed to do this, we can have that information available to us so that we can move forward with our reimbursements and or information to residents, because it's all kept there. And again, this is through the hard work of the city staff that you've seen on the organizational chart, who have set this up and maintained that. Next slide, please. So that concludes the presentation. If there's any questions at this time, I'd be more than happy to answer them. Or technical questions, something that our deputy chief has been involved with. He's available to that, so we can answer those questions if you have any at this time.
I see one hand up. No, actually, I see two hands up now. Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Chief Montoya, thank you so much. I wanted to thank you and your staff, the police department, everyone who's been involved so far. Thank you. It is how this incident, very unfortunate as it is for right now, is the way that I learned City Manager Curl's phone number. Call me at midnight. And I was like, who is calling me at midnight? I don't want to buy whatever you want to sell. She kept calling, and she probably texted me. So I got up and I dressed and I went out there and to see what was going on. So thank you. Again, thank you for everyone who, for your time for that day, coming together in such a fast way. And it looks like throughout the day you were working on it until later, all night long. I've gone out there a couple of times, so thank you for that. And I'm very glad that the residents are safe, including their pets. As we were there, we were making sure that their pets were safe there too. Do we know any other locations that we should be looking at that have a potential for this to happen? Not just in Point Richmond, but in other areas of Richmond where slides could be happening. Do we have any ways of monitoring the hills or walking the hills to look for this, to stay in front of this?
Yes and no. I mean, what we do is similar to a vegetation fire, when we send out patrols to assess the area. So they're patrolling the area. So each jurisdictional fire engine or apparatus that's in that particular jurisdiction has done that, and they, we get that intel from them to the battalion chief through operations back to us. So that monitoring is continually taking place. in terms of going out there and walking, and I don't know exactly what you mean by that, but walking those areas, we do if we see an area that's concerned to us based on our patrolling of that area. We don't right now send people out there where they're right now as we speak walking these areas or during the daytime or whatever. That's not taking place, but we do monitor this, especially during the storms, on a continuous basis. And again, that would be similar to what we do when we have low humidity days, the wind is happening, the fuel stick or the moisture in the vegetation is low. That's similar to what takes place then and now.
Thank you for that. And if I understand correctly, that hill is owned by the HOA, or part of that hill is owned by the HOA. The other part is East Bay Parks. In your presentation, you mentioned the HOA. Have we also touched base with East Bay Parks?
Yes, we did. We did that early on the incident. That became more of a legal matter with the city attorney's office. They would be more versed in answering your question for that. But to answer your question, yes, we did, Councilmember Cepeda. I personally made calls to the Chief Teal over at East Bay Regional Parks, and the person that I work with, which is Chief Haley. They were obviously mindful of the fact that we felt that some of that is the trail, or excuse me, some of that belonged to the park district. What they determined when they came back to us was that it was just the trail that belonged to them. And then that's where it kind of morphed into more of a legal matter. And I would just feel more comfortable with the city attorney answering in detail what those discussions past that I had with them took place.
Well, thank you. If it's a legal matter, I'm sure they will have to bring it up in closed session to discuss it. So maybe we'll get that answer at that time. Thank you. In terms of emergencies, looking at where that particular location is based, if luckily nothing has happened, we're actually eroding, but if it was to erode, some of those individuals might have a difficult time using the exit that they're more likely to use. So just putting it out there, if we can start looking, especially in that area of Point Richmond, actually all of Point Richmond, we have several trains, and we talked about this in earlier presentations, where they tend to block things. So if the land was to fall on one side and Chevron does something else on the other side and the trains are blocking, the individuals will be stuck in there. So just putting it out there in terms of emergency services, having a contingency plan and thoughts of what we can do to fix this going forward. It's not a fix that we're going to be able to do anytime soon, but it is on my radar, and I'm hoping that I bring it up to the radar of everybody else to think about strategic safety exit routes for the people that live there, especially as we're looking to bring more people to live in that area. And I think you mentioned that people are still not able to come back to their homes. Do we have a gauge of what does the hill need to look like before people can come back to their homes?
In terms of what the hill needs to look like, that's a question that Daniel could answer a lot better, because he's direct contact with the geologist. You know, as a layperson, I know I'm familiar with you know, dozers where I come from that would make fire breaks, that would do our helispots for the helicopters. But again, that would be just a layperson's observation of what needs to be done. I will say this, that to do those right, it has to be done right, and at times it can take a while.
And then do we have and I don't know that we have a process or not, because when you want to build something, right, you have to go through design review and permitting, et cetera. Now we're trying to fix this hill that belongs to the HOA, and I want to make sure that we're going to do it right. And I'm sure that we have a process somewhere in there that we're letting the HOA know what they need to do to keep that hill from eroding in the future. It's like the first big rain we've had in many, many years, but I don't think it'll be the last.
Right, yeah, and those discussions will take place. Right now, you know, we did have a discussion on Friday, the 13th on you know, how those discussions are going to move forward. The city attorney was on that call, And that's something, again, that's being vetted out right now with Daniel with Public Works. And then they will meet with us and Public Safety and determine what that plan is going to look like and when. And again, like I had mentioned, the workshops to get those messages out to the people that have been evacuated, because I mean, I could only imagine being evacuated from my home and not being able to go back or not knowing when. I mean, you know, we are mindful of what those residents are going through, and it's something that you know, that is very unfortunate. But again, I know that they understand, as everybody else understands, that they can't go back unless it's safe. And one of the things that I want to really stress on this activation of the EOC was that, you know, we were proactive, and we, you know, because we don't have a crystal ball. We don't know when that hillside is going to give way, if ever. But based on the intel that we were getting, we made the right decision, and it's an impact on the people that live there. However, it's in the best interest of their safety, which is, I'm sure that they all understand. And so even today, or what happened yesterday in Berkeley, you know, they did have a landslide, and that's something that it caused damage. I mean, I read the article where one of the persons had just remodeled their home, and that happened to their home, and the timing of that is unbelievable. But be that as it may, it occurred, and I'm thankful that we here in Richmond, with Public Safety and everybody that you saw in that organizational chart, including you know, our city manager, we're all proactive, and we did do the right thing. And now the aftermath, which we are being attentive to, will be the plan to put those residents back in their homes.
If I could add to that, you know, we are not prepared to publicly answer those questions at the moment. The residents have addressed very specific questions to us that have to do with what are the conditions that would trigger their ability to move back. So I think those questions have been addressed. We're looking at them, and we need within a few days to specify the answers to those questions, and we'll certainly give the council a copy of the response. But at this moment, we you know, I don't think we can state with any degree of detail. Obviously, there's a plan as to what is going to be done. Those measures need to be installed, and then we need to watch them for a bit and see how they're looking. And part of the plan is installing some devices that tell us whether there's any movement going on. But so that will be implemented, and in connection with that, we're going to try and give a public explanation that does respond to the questions the residents have asked.
Thank you for that, Mr. Alshire. One of the questions, I know there's you know, priority number one, and thank you so much for being proactive, right? There's no time to think. You got to do what you can at the moment. So thank you for being proactive. Now, a question that will be coming up, and I already have the answers. I just want to put it out there so that the public will know as well. In terms of cost, we initiated the emergency for the city of Richmond, and maybe the city manager maybe can fill in a little bit there, sort of what the process is. So there's a lot of cost that's going to be associated with this. This will mostly go back to the HOA maybe. The city of Richmond had to be proactive because it is our residents. But so maybe if we can explain a little bit to the residents that are watching and those that will watch later, how do we recoup those costs, and what does it mean to have an emergency in the city of Richmond like this?
Thank you, Councilmember Zepeda. That's a really good question. At this juncture, I would say that we're still in a due diligence fact-finding mode. And this is why it's important that cities have reserves. So when we have emergencies, we can help our residents. I certainly feel like, based on my conversations with other city managers, like if we compared ourselves to Danville, respectfully, like we're doing great. Like they just had floods everywhere, cars covered, houses covered, full of water, mud all over town. So, you know, for us to have, unfortunately, a couple of sites throughout the city that were impacted, and also want to commend again, Public Works staff and Mary Phelps in particular, you know, on the spot with fire, making sure that Veolia was moving out water as quickly as possible. We were closing roads, even the night of the actual council swearing in. We were like in real time, making sure Mary was out there and they were moving fire truck apparatuses and things like that. And so what we're doing right now is trying to keep an accounting of what the expenditures are, and see what happens with FEMA and the state. And we'll go from there. Usually the process with FEMA and the state is really long and arduous. And so that's, so in the coming weeks, what will happen is that finance will be bringing forward a series of contracts for approval. So for example, the security contract, if there were additional funds spent in public works or different departments, all those contracts will come to city council for final approval. And we'll try to get our funds back. We also have been very working collaboratively with the HOA and their board, but there are a total of 4 property owners that have received notices from the city that they need to assess their property. And so that's been communicated in writing. The website is up. The PowerPoint from this evening will be posted there. And so at this juncture, we can't say definitively, like, for example, if we spent $2 million, that, you know, 50% belongs to this party and 50% belongs to another party. We're unfortunately, we're certainly not there. And this is probably going to take several more months to work through. And so what we're trying to do is just make sure that we're communicative with the residents. Really appreciate the PIO function has like literally been out talking to the residents, help them. This morning we were talking about making sure their trash cans get out. Okay. So like everyone is like, we're trying to do the best we can. People need to get medicines. They need to get important documents. And so staff has been working really hard to make sure that they're safe. But we don't know yet exactly how this is all going to work out. But I think us being out front, declaring our state of emergency earlier than most of the county, because when we first started, no one else had declared a state of emergency. And so I think we're well positioned. But however, I don't know if being well positioned is going to actually translate into financial resources. We're just going to put our best foot forward.
Perfect. Thank you. We'll take it a step at a time from there, and hopefully we can recoup as much of that as possible. But I'm glad that everyone's safe, and thank you again, everyone, for your help in putting this and getting this going. Thank you so much.
You're welcome. I believe I see a question from Sohaila. Excuse me, Sohaila. Excuse me, Sohaila. I refer to you as Councilmember Bana. I'm used to just talking to you from the Fire City Council.
Sohaila is perfect.
I apologize.
No
I apologize.
problem. I miss you, Sohaila. Thank you so much. I really appreciate all the efforts and quick response by you and your department and our city manager and public works. That's great. Awesome. The only thing I would like to mention is that when we looked at the pictures, you know, our area is hills, and we are always concerned about thickly wooded areas and vegetation and fuel reduction and everything. And we look at pictures of that hill and it's so bare. No trees, no vegetation, no plants. So my suggestion is that perhaps our fire department needs to have more inspectors, not only to look at where we need fuel reduction, but also the hills where we do need some vegetation, some fire resistant, drought resistant vegetation to keep them from erosion. In our neighborhood, we have a volunteer who's trying to come up with a list, and other neighbors actually shared me a list for just vegetation to prevent erosion. But I highly recommend our fire department to please hire more inspectors. We at the city council will work on the budget, hopefully, so we will have that and consider that the other side of the wildfire, which is mudslide. We need to keep that fine balance. I assume that now is a question for the city manager. I assume that the home insurance policies do not cover mudslides. And I know when a state declares emergency, they can tap into federal money. Can you declare emergency and tap into some resource? Anything available to us?
So that's what we did on on January 2nd. I came in at night with the staff and we opened the EOC. So that's what we did. And then the city council had a special meeting on January 9th. So it was 7 days after I can declare an emergency for 7 days. And so then the city council ratified that. So the item here tonight is just to try to get some continuity between the communication so that since we've had the change in elected officials, to make sure you all are up to speed. And then we'll be coming back with additional information at upcoming meetings.
And we get state money, county money, federal money.
That's what we're going to try to do. But I hear from all the city managers in the county that this is like finding a needle in the haystack or pulling teeth. Okay, so I'm trying to manage your expectations that we are going to be submitting and have been submitting all of the required documentation to the county. But concurrently, while we're waiting to see how that plays out, what we'll have to do is the reason why we have reserves is so that when these kinds of emergencies happen, we don't want to have to go into our regular budget. We want to be able to have, allow the council to then use its reserves to respond to these kinds of issues, and then it'll be pending reimbursement.
Okay.
We can put the money back.
Appreciate it. Let us know if you need our help to reach out to other officials at other levels. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
And Councilmember Bana, I have Deputy Fire Chief Osorio, and he could give you a quick update on where we're at with the reimbursement process up to this point. I think that'd be good, and that help you answer perhaps some of your questions or concerns you may have. So Chief Osorio, can you do that, please?
Yes, Chief. Everybody able to hear me? Okay. As the acting OES manager, one of the functions I have to do is submit all of our everything that we initial damage estimate, everything that we have spent, losses, things like that. The clearinghouse for all jurisdictions in the county is the Contra Costa County Office of Emergency Services, which is ran through the Sheriff's Department. Last Friday, we submitted our initial damage estimate, which is very rough numbers. It's just enough information for the state to be able to get an idea of the type of damage and the costs that have been generated in mitigating the emergency in the city. There's a bunch of meetings that will follow up on this. It's a long process, as the city manager said. If we rise to the level of further investigation by the state, they will then perform an on-site audit of the site. We have to provide more definitive proof of our expenses and things of that nature. And then at that point, they will say whether or not we meet the criteria to apply for state aid. And then we will have to go through an application process, which is very detailed and has to account for everything that we're saying that we need to try to get reimbursement for. It's a very long process. It's kind of a moving target for jurisdictions. There's a lot of factors that go into qualifying. Some of that is a per capita assessment of the loss. So based on your population, that threshold is different for every jurisdiction. And so there's also a dive into the city's abilities to pay for some of these unexpected costs. What we were asking for is for assistance with expenses that are above the capabilities of the city to cover. So there's a lot of things that the state looks at, and it's we can do everything correctly, we could submit everything on time, and there still is no guarantee we could be reimbursed. But we're doing everything we can to try to make sure that we're in a position to at least be looked at and hopefully move on in the process.
Thank you.
Mayor Martinez, may I ask one more question?
Are you finished, Sahela?
Yes, I am. Thank
Okay,
you very much, Chief Osorio and Chief Montoya.
Your hand
You're
is
welcome.
Oh, no. Okay. Yes, go ahead, Councilmember Spada.
Thank you, Mayor Martinez. Deputy Chief Osorio, you might be able to answer this, or I'm not sure who might be able to, just in terms of the cost still. So if FEMA does not reimburse us, and then hopefully they do, but in case they don't reimburse us at 100, anything, or at 100%, or they just do partial, where do we expect to collect the rest from? Are we asking the HOA? Are we going to be? It is we do have to take care of the public. It is public, but it is also not our land. So where do we expect to collect the rest from if we don't collect it from FEMA at 100%?
Councilmember Zepeda, I don't think staff is prepared to answer that question yet because we don't have all of the information from the geologist yet. So once we have a better understanding from the geologists, both the consultants for the HOA and the city's consultants and adjacent property owners, I think we'll be able to figure that out. And I also think there's going to have to be ongoing conversations with East Bay Regional Park and the two other adjacent property owners to get this all figured out. So I would expect that will be several months in the making.
Okay, does that also include public safety? So I know that we had a lot of police officers there, especially the first night.
Yeah, so the first, when we initially operate EOC, we're using city staff, right? And so what Assistant Chief Simmons reported out at the last meeting is that we initially started with specifically with 4 officers, and then we took that down to 2 officers and then backfilled with 2 security personnel so that to help reduce overtime. And so I think as the situation continues to evolve and we collectively can come up with ways to reduce cost and redeploy resources, that's what we're doing in real time. And so that's an example of where staff made a shift, like we started with our own officers because that's what we immediately had resources to do. And then we thought about, okay, what we want to be thoughtful too, that we're forcing overtime, right? And we want to be thoughtful that although we've got 5 new officers that we're bringing on board soon, they're not ready to go to work tomorrow. So we got to preserve our overtime and try to allow staff to have appropriate rest and sleep in between their shifts.
Yeah, thank you. And I appreciate that. We want to make sure we watch out for the overtime, but also just in the case that we have to split it with the HOA and not with FEMA, that the HOA doesn't have a big burden. Even though most HOAs should have a reserve for things like this, we also don't want to put that burden on them because then their HOA dues will all go up.
Yeah, I think we want to work. I think the city council has shown through its work around supporting the unhoused community that we are a community that's compassionate to all of our residents. And so ultimately, how this gets worked out is to the discretion of the city council within certain parameters. But I would anticipate that just like we've had landslides and sinkholes before, the city always tries to support our residents, and whether that's regardless of what the district is. And so that's been the past practice, right? If we had a big giant sinkhole, we would try to help. We'll show up, we put barricades, we block off the road to preserve public safety, and then we figure out the financial piece later.
Thank you.
And if I could just add to that, because
go ahead.
The way this process worked out, obviously, when it first occurred, city staff jumped on it. As we began to look at what and we had our contractors and consultants, geologists, coming up with some methods, and we were in touch with the HOA, and we said to the HOA, here's some things we could do, and the HOA said great, and then we said, here's an indemnification hold harmless agreement that you can sign. And at that point, they thought about it some more, and they talked to their contractors and consultants and ended up saying, well, we understand it is our hillside, so we will implement these measures through our own forces. So basically, the cost of implementing that temporary plan was passed off to them when they understood that if we were to do it, there would be certain agreements they would have to enter. So they've gone forward with implementing that program, and an area where it has been made clear the city ordered the evacuation, and they've made it clear that that was an action taken by the city, and the residents are not going to go back in until the city says it's okay. Now, we're definitely going to consult with the HOA and see what their conclusion and position is on that. But fundamentally, the evacuation was something that the city implemented, and there are costs to that. And the fixing of that slope is something that the city has not taken on at this point and has said that's an HOA responsibility. So there aren't specific agreements with regards to all this at this point, but that there is a rough allocation of cost that is going on now. And as Sasha said, the other aspect is that we, through using security services, we've reduced the cost of the providing those security forces out there by reducing the manpower from the PD over to the private security forces that we're contracting with. And so that's illustrates how kind of the cost sharing has been implemented thus far.
Thank you, Mr. Alshire. And hopefully one last question. In District 2, which goes from Hilltop all the way to Point Richmond and all that strip there, we have hotels. So I was just wondering, how do we come up with a hotel in Emeryville? Or was that just, I forgot, I think you might have given me that answer before, City Manager Curl.
Yes, yes. So by way of background, the police department already had a contract in place for a rate that was lower than the current regional rate in Alameda and Contra Costa County. And so we needed to move quickly. And so that's why they were placed there, because we have to be thoughtful about procurement. And then we didn't want to ask folks to move, right? Like they're already displaced from their regular residence. And so then we didn't want to try to ask them to move hotels. So I want to thank city staff for being involved in negotiating with the hotel to try to keep the rates down and continue to offer a much lower rate than we were seeing in terms of the regional standard. So that's how that happened. And once the Marriott hopefully is back up and online, we can get a standard contract hopefully in place with them. So that way, if there's ever another emergency, we can have a place locally that could house people. But right now the Marriott up at Hilltop is, as you're aware, it's still under construction. And so that would have probably been our go-to place if it were, if the remodel was done.
Perfect. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Are there any other questions? Okay, I just want to take this opportunity to thank you, Council and Mayor, for the support in this EOC activation. Also, the attentiveness of the city manager in supporting this also for us and the city. And then also, I'm very proud of my command staff personally, Deputy Chief Osorio, Chief Bontempo, Chief Rincon, being some of the members there. And then, of course, the police department, Chief Simmons and his staffs, just you know, and all of the EOC members. It's something that unfortunately, you know, a lot of members and new people didn't get a chance to practice, but in exercises, but just being so proud of everybody, how they came together and are still coming together to make this EOC activation successful. So I'm very proud of everybody. I want to thank everybody and your support, and thank you for your time and your attentiveness in this presentation. Thank you. Good evening.
Councilmember Cepeda.
Sorry, I keep forgetting to put my hand down.
Oh, okay. Are there any other comments? If not, then we'll go to the public comments.
Not seeing any hands at the moment.
We'll give the public a few seconds, minutes to raise their hand. I would like to thank staff for acting so quickly on this emergency. It was an emergency caused by extreme weather, and there were other emergencies that were caused by this extreme weather. And what I'm referring to are a lot of the houseless communities who were houseless and homeless because of the rain. I remember driving down Carlson and seeing a lot of the tents that were blown in disarray. And I was wondering where the people who had slept in them were at. So I'm kind of curious as to how we fail to address the needs of the houseless people.
Mayor Martinez, if I may, I do want to acknowledge that city staff has been in close coordination with Contra Costa County as well as local nonprofits and been getting resources out and sharing data. So I would like to first turn it over to Chief Montoya, probably follow up with Deputy Chief, and then Chris Castanchoa or Sharon, whoever can best speak from planning and logistics around the resources that were directly provided by the city above and beyond what the county did for the unhoused population in coordination with SOS and other nonprofits. That would be great. Thank you.
Yes, Mayor Martinez. So as I stated in the presentation, we were dealing with that and also the dynamics of the incident when it started. And then at that point, when we transitioned into the duty officer mode, which was on the 10th, that function became part of the people that the city manager just went over. So up until that point, as you know, I was providing those briefings to you and some of the other council members on a daily basis. But once it transitioned into that mode, then we were addressing it. Working in conjunction with the county to identify those shelters. They were in the mode of determining how they were going to set that up. And then that occurred, obviously, thereafter at the 10th when we went to the duty officer status, and it was done by other, as what city manager stated, other people in the city. So I would, unless you have some specific questions or other than what I provided you and some of the other council members up to that point, I could answer those at that time.
After that conversation, I saw three houseless people sleeping on the sidewalk in front of the Civic Center auditorium. When I talked to them, they were there just to get out of the rain, and they didn't know about any of the shelters. They didn't have any transportation to the shelters. That was the closest place they could go to. So, you know, and I'm sure there's many others that we're totally unaware of because they chose places to scurry to that are unknown to us.
Right. So like I was saying, and what I had explained to you, and like, again, some of the council members up to that point, up to the 10th, was that the way the county had set up their shelters were based on past practice. And past practice dictated to them that a lot of their shelters weren't to full capacity, that the houseless people really didn't take advantage of those shelters being open. And that's the intel that we were getting up to that point. Again, once it transitioned from there, moving forward past the 10th, I personally don't have those details for you right now.
Yeah, well, you know, I rose this issue up before in one of the conversations that we had, and you know, comparing the people that we did help, the HMA people, the people from Seaview who have transportation. We put them up in hotels, and we even took care of their pets. Whereas with the houseless individuals, they go to shelters and they can't have their pets. And in fact, they don't have the ability to come and go as they please, such as the people who had the hotel rooms. So we're putting restrictions on people that we don't put on people who can afford to rent a hotel room. You know, we provide for them. So my question is one of equity. You know, why do we treat one group of people so poorly and another group of people very well?
Well, I would be speculating to comment for the county, which is the operation that they set up, which we were going by. And I, you know, I wouldn't do that. But again, it was based on their operation and past practice and their reason for not allowing pets. And I'm mindful to what you're saying. However, those ground rules were set by the county, not by us. And so
Right.
there came a point where that the inquiries that the city of Richmond were making was their response to us directly, meaning the fire department staff, was at that point, if we were insistent on making some of those accommodations, then now, in lack of a better term, we would own it. And so, and even then, there was a lot of vetting that we would have had to have gone through to address everything that Richmond was asking for specifically. And again, you know, once we transitioned into the duty officer mode of the EOC, we were mainly focusing on the functions of the EOC as it's meant to work. The houseless component is not part of the EOC activation. And so there had to be a separation. We were covering it in the beginning because of the dynamics of it. But at some point, the EOC activation really isn't meant to address that specifically. It becomes an ancillary function of the EOC, but not under the direct umbrella of it. And that's why we did what we did.
Okay, I find it hard to understand how EOC has the purview to address a weather emergency for people with money, but they don't have the purview to address a weather emergency for houseless people. We had places we could have sent them to, and we owned the expense of putting people up in hotels, but we refused to own the expense of putting houseless people into shelters, like the rec center or like the auditorium. We had the space. We could have done it if we had the will to own it. I think it's something that we need to consider next time we have an emergency like this, because whether we like it or not, they are Richmond residents. They are part of our family, and we need to take care of them as we take care of all of us.
Yes, and I'm mindful to what you're saying, Mayor Martinez, but that was never the intent. And we can assure you that we don't look at it that way in the EOC, nor did we ever, nor will we ever.
Well, and we were not removing people because of the rain. We were removing them because of the threat of the landslide. Had there been a houseless person on the street there, we would have moved that person also. The issue was the threat that was caused by the potential of the landslide, which is still not been fully assessed. And what we've done is we've put a fence around that material, and we're not letting any people into that area, whether it's the homeowners or other people.
I understand that, and but I think we're not really looking at this in the way that it should be looked at, which is that this was a weather emergency. The landslide was caused by a weather issue. The houseless people losing their homes, being drenched, was a weather emergency. And we need to consider the health of the community. If we have people out in the rain, they have a greater chance of getting pneumonia. They have a greater chance of catching the flu, they have a greater chance of impacting our medical system, which not only affects them, but it affects everybody else, especially during a time when we have COVID and other illnesses.
Well, and that may
Anyway,
be, so that may be a policy you wish the council and the city to address for dealing with houseless people in rain. This was within the purview of the EOC, which it was the landslide event that triggered. It wasn't, I understand that the rain contributed to that, but it was the threat of the land movement that led to the EOC function.
okay, so what I'm understanding is that the EOC only deals with landslides.
No, it deals,
No.
no, it doesn't just deal with landslides, but that was the event that
Well, then
triggered.
what does it deal with?
Well, earthquakes, I mean, any kind of emergency event. But I'm not,
Okay, I don't want to get into an argument with you. I don't want to debate.
Well, no, I'm saying if you want to look at establishing a policy as to how the city should deal with the unhoused when it's raining, that's a policy the city
This
can look at addressing.
it's not just raining. This was an event. It was an emergency event. There was flooding. There was landslides. You know, it wasn't an ordinary rain. It was a weather event. Much of California was considered an emergency area. So you know, I don't think that we should count this weather storm as just the rain. It was an emergency. Anyway, Councilmember McLaughlin.
Mayor Martinez, at some point, can I make a statement?
Sure. Let's let Councilmember McLaughlin.
I think it's Councilmember Banna first.
Thank you. I appreciate
Well,
that.
actually, Councilmember Bond has spoken already, and so I'd like to give you a chance, and then she can speak.
Okay, yeah, so I just want to say that there is another home key application process that will be released in March, and Jesus Morales, our housing manager, and Michelle Milam are already putting together a report. Many of us have, you know, I work with Michelle and Jesus and Lena and SOS. We kind of started as kind of a subcommittee of the homeless task force, and we kept moving forward on a regular basis. And we've been preparing for this release of the Home Key 3 by identifying sites that could fit into the qualifications and requirements of the Home Key 3 process. And so Michelle and Jesus are already compiling a report for the council as a whole. They have to wait until Lena's on vacation, because she has to review it and determine, you know, what sites fit into the category of what the application will require, and also to determine if the site is viable. We've been reviewing so many sites, but we're narrowing it down to some that may be very viable. So this is something that will help in the future. I also want to say that SOS with city staff spent a lot of time preparing kits, survival kits for people, and not the full realm of what we would like to see for the unhoused. Daniel Barth with SOS has, for probably weeks before the weather event, had already been purchasing more tents and getting people to donate tents and tarps, et cetera. So I think they have distributed something like over maybe a couple hundred new tents and tarps and these kits, these survival kits. A lot of people, according to Daniel, and this could have changed if the weather continued, and he was saying that, but at this point, a lot of people were not willing, not only not to go into a shelter, but not willing to go into any place that would be like a dorm setting, that you'd have cots, because that takes away their privacy. Now, if it continued, that might change, and they might say, hey, listen, I'm going to go. But that was the situation that he was conveying. And so they were working like crazy and to get out all these survival supplies to people. But I think having a brick and mortar place that has some different rooms available is something that would be really important for future, so that we could say, hey, yes, we've got this site. You can have your own little space in it, and bring them transportation so they can get there and all that. There was transportation provided to various areas. I guess some shelters in different parts of the county did allow for pets. So there was transportation that was provided to bring forward some people into an inside situation, but it wasn't ideal. I think we need to recognize, though, that you can't force somebody, say, hey, you got to go into this dorm setting. You have to, say, hey, listen, we have this available, or we have something better available, like separate units. And so I do think we need to have that and make that happen. And I think the Home Key 3 is something that staff has been ready and willing to put all kinds of time and energy into applying. It hasn't been released yet, but like I said, the sites have been explored and will continue to be explored. And as soon as Lena gets back from vacation, she's going to weigh in on all this, and then the council will have an opportunity to see that report.
Thank you. Councilmember Bana?
Thank you very much. I just wanted to thank you, Mayor Martinez, for paying attention to this important issue, but perhaps it needs a long-term thinking and planning. We cannot address it at an emergency basis. Just wanted to inform you and other council members that there is a successful model of addressing the homelessness issue in Texas. It's a community village, as they need not only housing, but they need support, and it brings them together and brings services to them. They have a symposium in April. I'm planning to attend. I'm going to share the information with you and other council members, and I hope more council members will attend. We'll learn from them, and we can implement such a model at the regional level in cooperation with other cities to finally, hopefully, address this dire problem. Thank you.
All right. Are there any other comments?
Mayor Martinez, may I?
Yes, please.
There is public comments.
Yeah, I wanted to respond back to some of the statements. So one, I want to thank all of the council members and community members for sharing their concern. I would like Michelle Milam promoted to a panelist so she can give an update on the work that staff has been doing collaboratively with nonprofits and with the county. We've been receiving daily reports from the county regarding the number of shelter beds that are available. And unfortunately, we're not seeing the type of utilization that we would like. I also want to say that personally, I am very committed to staff being responsive when there are significant weather events. Personally, my grandfather passed away in the aftermath of Katrina, so this is very personal to me that we are responsive. But we have to recognize that people have agency and we can't make them do things, right? Like we can't make them go to a shelter if they don't want to. We also have provided hotel beds in the past, but the county doesn't go to the hotels. CORE doesn't go to hotels. CORE does outreach, and they have the point of entry program, and that's how we were able to get 25 previously unhoused residents into Hacienda, is through that coordinated entry program. So we're trying to thread the needle between doing our own thing to best meet the needs of Richmond residents, and then concurrently participating with the county on these broader county-wide strategies, because if we don't have our folks in coordinated entry, then they can't get permanent housing. So I just wanted to flag for the council that everyone is working really hard. There isn't, in no way is staff being nefarious and trying not to be responsive to the unhoused. And I actually commend the staff for putting together these care packages and ordering supplies and working with SOS to get them out. Michelle Milam was out working with CORE in advance of the storm and during the storm. And I think if the city council does want to continue to move in a direction where we're providing more direct service, then we probably need to have maybe some sort of agreement with the county regarding what our expectations are of them. And so maybe there's an agreement like we have with CORE, but maybe it's for other things, or we look at Berkeley and see how do they start their own public health department if that's what the council wants to do. I don't know, but I just know that at this juncture, our staff with their existing JDQs do not have the capacity to open and staff a shelter. And that if I just opened a building and said, everyone, you can come in, it would be a disservice to the community. So what I think we want to do is keep following your policy direction. We've got a contract in place with RCF to assist with temporary emergency housing. And so if folks need help, we need to encourage them to call 211 so that they can get help, get to a shelter, get in coordinated entry. And if folks don't want to do that, then the other side of the spectrum, and we're getting together a brochure with this, is they can contact RCF and get some support around emergency short-term housing. So that's what's happening. I understand Antioch opened their own thing, and I don't know that was a raging success. And so we also, again, want to be thoughtful about managing risk and understanding what our areas of expertise are and where we need to get more professional support. Michelle, has she been promoted to a panelist through KCRT?
Yes, I am. I'm promoted as a panelist. So thank you to the mayor and to the city council. So just to let you know where I came into this piece of it, and the way I understand the work is that when the EOC was activated, there was a component of the EOC that started to look at unhoused issues during the storm. We did make contact with Contra Costa County, and we made contact with Contra Costa County in advance of the storm once we got the notification from the county that there was going to be some severe weather. And the way that the county tends to work through the CORE contract, we share the contract with San Pablo for that team, and then Castro has its own team through the Encampment Resolution Grant, is that they work in advance and send folks out to try to open up shelter beds and try to see who would be interested in taking offers of shelter. So I know that was done, and I know that they dispatched on their own before the city put together its care packages, about 100 care packages of their own, and then the city came together to supplement additional care packages. And the concern was trying to also make sure that there was more shelter that was available for people. So that was done in part through that initial opening of the EOC. The other thing that I think was pretty important was coordination with the service providing agencies, SOS, CORE, Way to Love, others who are making contact, because as it's been stated, there were people who were wondering how they could get access to sheltering services. And so it was important for us to coordinate with the county and other nonprofit organizations that might have the access so that we could make sure that there was a clear line of access when the need arose. I think one of the final things I'll just mention quickly is that we know that cold weather is going to come every year. We know that hot weather comes every year as well. And we know that these can be dangerous conditions for our unhoused community. So one of the things that we used to have here in West County that we don't have anymore is a warming center. And I know some of the staff from the mayor's office and others have been working on looking at warming centers again. I think that it's really an important resource and tool. It may be something that we would want to consider working with the county on in the future. GRIP used to be the warming center site for West County, so not just for Richmond, but all of West County. And it was a really valuable resource where people would go in from 7 p.m. to 7 a.m., get a hot meal, get off the street, and then during cold or inclement weather, they would open it up. I know GRIP opened up their care center this time around to offer extra space for folks as well as BARM. But that might be something we might be interested in focusing on in the future, because we know these events are going to occur, so that we can be proactive rather than reactive in emergency situations. And I think those are conversations that are continuing to be had. I know the county put an RFP out for it last year and no one applied. So there was funding available, but we didn't necessarily have an applicant. I think that that's something that we could definitely work with some of our nonprofit organizations in the county to utilize going forward, so that we have that as part of our strategy. And we did have other resources, and other nonprofits that did offer their space. Should we get to the point where all the shelter beds were at capacity and we needed to open up additional pop-up shelters. We did not reach that point. I believe that the county has rescinded actually its storm additional bed space because of the weather forecast. But I just wanted to share that brief update just to give a little bit of context.
Thank you. Councilmember Robinson.
Thank you. Thanks everybody for hanging on for this really important topic as the end of our night. I do feel like it's important, though, that we raise this particular part of the emergency services issue. So the questions that I have are a couple of direct ones, and then just some information that I wonder about. One is, I wonder if maybe I missed something, but does CORE have a dedicated Richmond staff, or are we sharing CORE members across West County or across the whole county? That's one question. And then I have other questions after that. Could somebody answer that one for me?
Yes, I can answer that. So we do not have dedicated Richmond staff that's just for Richmond alone. We share a contract with San Pablo, and that is a similar model that other cities have done. Quite frankly, we probably could expand our CORE team because CORE, the Richmond San Pablo team, could use extra hours on the weekends. But right now, just due to our cost sharing agreement with San Pablo, there is not a specifically just Richmond dedicated team outside of the Castro encampment resolution funding.
And then how many, I'm sorry.
If I may, there's two groups of CORE staff, right? There's the staff that we share with San Pablo, and then there's another contract that's been provided to the county to assist at Castro. So we have two separate contracts thus far.
And how many CORE staff are there to service Richmond sites?
I'm looking at the website now for the with the shelter resources, and so we will include that information in the update. Right now, we have the available beds from the 16th to the 22nd. We've got CORE contact information, but we can certainly include the staffing as well and those contracts.
Yeah. I think Michelle Milam was putting in the chat that there were two that she knows of for our area. And I would just say that, I would love, if this hasn't already happened, I do think CORE is a great program. What I've experienced with it, just in my interactions on the Greenway with people who are houseless around in North Richmond, around the creeks, is that it's just not enough. It's not enough staffing. Sorry. The light's going off on me because I'm not moving around enough in here. It's not enough staffing to deal with the scale of the houseless population. And so I wonder if we've considered, you know, a kind of smart way of using resources as just to, you know, add, you know, more staff to that existing team, that existing infrastructure, but have it be really focused on the populations of houseless people within Richmond. It feels like they already have a great structure. They're tying into things in a good way. And if we focused resources in that way, maybe we could get more people into permanent housing or help people in different ways connect to resources. So there's that one thought. And then another thought that comes up is there's a number of resiliency center grants coming up in the federal level, on the state level, the CDFA, with the I'm forgetting the name of the other California state agency, with considerable amount of money to develop resiliency centers that can respond to a number of different types of crises and provide year-round services. And they're pretty large grants this round because of the way that the budgets were working in the last budget rounds. It's like $5 to $10 million type grants. And I feel like I don't know if the city has looked at that or has a plan for applying for such things. But in terms of emergency management, I think we could do with some resiliency centers that can respond to a number of different climate and other emergencies, right? Like set places that have been developed. Does the city have a plan to respond to those RFPs? Is that something on the horizon or something that people are thinking about?
Yes.
I'm sorry, was that question answered?
I thought I said yes, but I wasn't sure if I was unmuted.
Oh, okay. So no elaboration, just yes.
Well,
Yeah,
I'm trying to be thoughtful
you-
that it's 10:45, so I'm happy to elaborate if
Okay.
the council would like me to do so.
Yeah, no, can you, if you can email us the information so we know who is working on that and what is
Yeah,
the
I've sent
plan?
it to 3 staff members. I've sent it to Samantha. I've sent it to 3 staff members to take a look at and see if they think that we're in a position to apply.
Also, nobody is working right now. It's just like you send it to them and they will be.
So that is working. That's like the pre-due diligence phase to see if we have a project that we think we could submit. Just like, so that's usually how we start grants. If, you know, somebody in city staff or a council member will send it to us, we send it to a couple of people individually. They meet, they confer, and they determine if we have a project, and then we commence with developing the application.
Strategic Growth Council, that's the other one that has, so there's the same ones that we got, yeah. So just putting that out there.
Okay, thank you. Your hands up. Do you have more you want to ask? No? Okay, thank you. Okay, so we've already asked for public comment. I was giving more time for hands to go up. Do we have any public comment? If not, then I'll close the item.
We have one speaker now.
Okay.
Leah Murray, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start.
All right, thank you. Good evening, Council and Mayor Martinez. My name is Leah Murray. I'm the co-director of Collaborizing, and we work at the intersections of race, homelessness, and belonging. We are actually a part of the RCF Housing First Collaborative that will provide care and management to former Riding residents as well as other folks who need housing support. So I look forward to speaking with Mayor Martinez about issues and concerns regarding unhoused policy. I also want to commend Mayor Martinez for recognizing the inequity with how we serve unhoused residents versus housed residents in the extreme weather conditions that we've been experiencing. And as Michelle Milam has indicated, I'm grateful for the work that Way to Love, SOS Corps, and other providers have worked with the unhoused during the weather-related challenges. Serving unhoused residents is extremely difficult work. And we do know that people have the right to deny services. However, we, as the City of Richmond and other community-based organizations, have a duty to develop services and supports that uplift unhoused residents despite the varying challenges that they have. So again, thank you to the new council. Thank you for recognizing that there are discrepancies and that I appreciate how you want to encourage equity in policymaking. So thank you very much. I yield my time.
Thank you. And there are no more speakers.
All right. With that in mind, I close the comments and close the item. Thanks so much to everyone for staying so late and adding your expertise and all the efforts that you took to address city needs. So we do have another item, W1A, which was pulled from the consent calendar. Shall we move to that now?
Yes. Item W1A is to adopt a resolution requiring the continued use of teleconferencing for the meetings of all city legislative bodies pursuant to the provision of Assembly Bill 361. Okay. And
So-
I did announce this morning at the 2 o'clock meeting, not this morning, but this afternoon at 2 o'clock meeting, that let's see, on October 17th of 2022, Governor Gavin Newsom announced that the COVID-19 state of emergency will end on February 28th of 2023. So we are planning to come back to in-person meetings at the City of Richmond in the first meeting in March of this year. We are currently putting together a plan to come back with hybrid meetings. So with that, I will turn it over to Dave, who may have additional information.
Real quick point of order for a second.
Mhm.
Yeah, I usually in the past, when we pulled the items, we've given the person to pull, the council member to pull it just to kind of give their reasoning. Is that possible?
Oh, sure.
Yes.
Yeah,
Yes.
sorry.
Go ahead, Councilmember Cepeda.
Thank you, Councilmember Willis, and thank you, Mayor Martinez. I don't know the process. I'm new here. I'm the new kid, so I don't want to break anything, but I think I might. So, thank you. The reason I pulled this item was so that we could all understand this AB 316 is going to be with us for the duration of any future emergency. So we want to make sure that we understand it and what it actually means. So when we adopt it as a governing body, and we have to adopt it every 30 days. So when we adopt it, it is giving us the option to meet virtually. And that could mean a lot of different things. It could be by meet at our homes or meet at a hotel room like Mayor Martinez is doing. But again, it's giving us that option. It's not mandating that we then meet virtually. So let's say that once we go back in person in March, we have another emergency and we have to then meet virtually. We could decide that we want to do half and half. We could decide, even if we do adopt it. So let's say we adopt it today and it's going to be with us for the next 30 days. And next week, we all want to be back in person. Just because we adopted it today does not mean that we have to meet virtually only. It is just giving us that as an option. So I want to make sure that we understand that this is giving us an option. And then some of the things that are sort of frozen with the Brown Act, and maybe Mr. Alshire can pitch in here as well, but some of the other things that are frozen with the Brown Act through the AB 316 is that we don't have to publicize where we're meeting necessarily. Otherwise, Mayor Martinez would have to publicize his hotel and hotel room and keep his hotel room open for the public to come in. I've done that once under my previous hat as an elected official, right? So that's one of the other things that kind of gets frozen with the Brown Act with AB 316. But the biggest thing that I want to bring up is that if we do adopt it today and we decide to meet in person for any reason between now and the next time we adopt the next 30-day extension, that we still can meet in person. And it doesn't have to be the city council chambers. It could be anywhere we wish to meet. But again, this is just giving us the option if we so wish to do, because we still have COVID and a lot of other health issues out there in the community. But again, this is just giving us that option. So that's why I wanted to bring it, and also to ask, and thank you, Ms. Christian, for letting me know that for March, we are going to be going in person. But I also want to provide any help that we can give to make sure that our staff is safe and that the public feels safe coming into the chambers in March. So if there's anything that I can do, let me know. Another city to look as a model is the city of El Cerrito. They have some really cool tech. They have an owl camera. It kind of this little thing that moves around and focuses on different council members when they speak. Again, trying to make that hybrid model work very well with a lot of really cool tech. So that's one of the cities that I think from all the city council members or all the city meetings that I have attended, they're the ones that seem to have their tech really on the dot there. So I want to stop there and see if Mr. Ashar has anything else to add about AB 316 and clarifying anything.
Yes, I agree that just because we're in this emergency does not mean that you have to meet virtually. That's true. Also, as I said, we have many cities that we represent, both in Central California and down south. We have some cities that during the emergency never went to virtual meetings, and we have other cities that went to virtual meetings and are now doing this hybrid model where they actually are using the technology. So they're trying to increase the actual attendance of their meetings by meeting in person, but still having the technology operating so that people can be meeting remotely. And the idea of that is to increase, it's not just your present attendance, but the wider attendance that theoretically you could get through virtual. Some of that does require special equipment to implement it. And so you need to look at the technology issues. And I think that's what staff's working on now in terms of getting things set up to go back to in-person meetings. But it's an issue whether you just go back to the in-person without the virtual aspect, or you try and maintain the virtual aspect as you're doing it. And so I think staff has been working on that, and that's why they're using the March timeframe as they're using this extra time to get it worked out.
Thank you, Ms. Alshire. Thank you, Mayor Martinez.
All right. Is there any other conversation around this? Any other questions? If not,
Just a quick comment, if I can.
Yes.
Just a quick comment, just to say that I think that, you know, now that we're through this particular, or almost through this particular emergency around COVID, I would like to say that it is important to that how we were able to continue to have participation, and a lot more participation, a lot wider varieties of meetings because of this ability for people to join virtually. And I really look forward to looking at to seeing a hybrid meeting plan, because I think that that's a way for more people to participate in government, and that's kind of what we need. So I hope that we do move forward with a hybrid model that will work for most. Thank you.
Mayor Martinez, is it possible to allow the IT director to provide some context as well?
Yes, we have 3 minutes before we have to call for suspension.
So thank you very much. Good evening, Mayor and members of the City Council. Sue Hartman, Director of IT. I'll be really brief. We have a plan to return to the hybrid in-person meetings in March of 2023. We have a city team which collaborates with the city clerk, city attorney's office, public works, and KCRT. And then our team continues to test the council chambers for readiness. In December, an in-person live broadcast has been successfully performed on channel 28 and on social media at the same time. And KCRT continues to test equipment and fine-tune the needs for an in-person and hybrid meeting. Cameras and microphones are operational. Live broadcast and streaming are functional. Desktop computers are being upgraded and Zoom functionality is working. Pending items, this is important. In late December, the city experienced a PG&E power outage that affected technology across the board for city infrastructure, including core components to the KCRT broadcast equipment. Staff are utilizing backup equipment in the interim. So we are still fine tuning to make sure that we can operate in March. We have the Public Works Director, Daniel Chavaria. Sorry if I didn't pronounce that correctly. And he has completed the social distancing barriers and has reupholstered 30% of the council chamber chairs and is in the process of completing that assignment, which should meet the March 2023 deadline. And that completes my update. If you have any questions.
Do we have any public comment?
I don't see anyone. Well, yes, we have one.
Okay, I see Deborah Small. Deborah, you'll have 2 minutes to speak. You can go ahead and start. It's 10:59. Just
Yeah, well.
So I'll be super quick. I just want to point out that whatever decision. Hello, can you hear me?
Yes.
Okay, I just want to point out that whatever decision is made for city council applies to all legislative bodies. That includes task forces, commissions, etc. Speaking on behalf of the Reimagining Public Safety Task Force, I can say that we have a good number of our members who are parents for whom in-person meetings would greatly impact their ability to participate on a regular basis. So I really want the city, as they think about this moving forward, not just to think about the needs of council, but of all the various community groups that are doing work on behalf of the city, that have been working diligently on behalf of the city as volunteers, whose participation would be greatly hindered by requiring in-person meetings for everyone. I yield my time.
Thank you.
Thank you. Well, if there's no more comments, then we'll move on to the final item. Well, almost the final item, the reports of officers.
Mayor Martinez, we need a vote on this item.
Oh, yes, okay.
But it's 11, so we need a vote to extend the meeting first.
I move to extend the meeting for 10 minutes.
All right, do we have a second?
Second that.
All right, motion by Willis, second by Claudia. Let's have a vote.
Councilmember Banner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right, so are there any reports of officers?
Okay, so now we need a motion to approve item W1A.
I move we approve item W1A.
I'll second it.
Okay. Moved by Councilmember McLaughlin, seconded by
Councilmember Willis.
Councilmember Willis. Roll call.
Councilmember Banner,
Yes.
Councilmember Jimenez,
Yes.
Vice Mayor McLaughlin,
Yes.
Councilmember Robinson,
Yes.
Councilmember Willis,
Yes.
Councilmember Zepeda,
Yes.
and Mayor Martinez.
Yes.
The vote is unanimous.
All right, it's 2:00 where I'm at, but it's time for the reports of officers. Do we have any reports?
Mayor, I have a couple memorials before we close out.
And I have a memorial as well.
Okay, well then, since there's no reports of officers, we'll move on to the dedications, memorials. Melvin?
Yeah, let me see if my screen will let me do this without glitching out. The first memorial I wanted to recognize was for Miss Leela Madison. For those of you that don't know her, she became known in 2018 while she was fighting to get back into her home after being a victim of predatory practices. And she passed away recently before the beginning of this year. And another memorial I wanted to recognize is Dadan Kamathi G. Jaga. He was a Vietnam War veteran who lived in Richmond, also got a Purple Heart. And the group I got to know him in was the Richmond Black Veterans, where they tried to offer support for veterans, especially veterans who are Black, but he's founded a number and served on a number of veteran corps throughout the Bay Area and probably beyond, and has been recognized by his efforts too. And he also passed away.
Councilmember McLaughlin.
So I was also going to do a memorial to Dedan Kamathi G. Jaga, but I just want to add a little bit on to what Councilmember Willis said. He also was one of the initial members of the Homeless Task Force because of his strong advocacy, in particular for homeless veterans. So he was a very regular attendee of these meetings. He also was interviewed quite a bit. I mean, he was quite a strong speaker on behalf of African-American vets in particular. And he was in Vietnam, and after Vietnam, he became a strong radical voice against the war and for, you know, rights of African Americans and vets in general. And so the Richmond Pulse has a couple of wonderful interviews with him. If you want to just Google Richmond Pulse, and I always have to look at his name. His name is a long one, Dedan Kamathi G. Jaga. So he will be sorely missed.
All right. Well, with those memorials in our hearts, we will adjourn this meeting. Good night. We'll see you.
Good night, everyone.
Get to bed, Mayor.
I will.
Bye.
Good morning.
Bye.